badged, but could be badged, they are in fact in breach of their
someone had a fun
the
night out.
legislation.
Oh, interesting.
Chief of Police doesn't have a
What
badge
you
on
said,
his
Nino
head.
Chavez?
Just take a shit, sir.
Bones, is your back
Just
hurt?
got
Okay.
fucking
hello?
shot.
Shit.
Oh.
What made you crawl over your hole that came out of?
Oh,
You know we don't know each other, right?
oh, ouch.
Well, you don't remember me?
We were shot.
No.
This is Feminem, I believe.
I don't know what
Oh,
he's talking about.
I know we're
shit.
supposed to start in a minute,
How
but
much,
could we have
into
a small
hip-hop, to be
delay,
honest?
given that we were
You doing,
just
Mac?
shot outside of the
Hi.
courthouse to...
What's with the shaman look right now, Soze?
Hey, how you doing? Why are you guys all walking
not
like you just
funny.
fucking...
Like they
You know
just
what?
had a
I'm
rough
looking to
night
say.
last night?
Jesus
How long
Christ.
We
you been
just
in
got
City Hall?
shot because we just got shot.
About 15 minutes. I came right on the 7 o'clock mark.
Did you hear the bullets?
No, actually, I arrived and somebody said somebody got shot. That's why no one was here. I was surprised. I expected you guys to be here, but I guess
Yeah, so-
something happened.
Man, me, Bones, and my wife were walking in the back door,
Change in the next
and then
5
some
minutes
guy
between you getting shot
ran
now,
me and Bones over.
earlier and now.
and then they took
well,
Bones
we were on our way
hostage.
to do witness prep, Your Honor, and since we're no longer going to have that time, I just need to
And I
talk to
pulled
my
out my
co-counsel
gun, and I said, hey,
for 120
Let
seconds
him
or
go.
so, if that's all
And
right,
then they
given
shot
the
my
fact that we were
wife.
on our way to do that when we were attacked
Oh, no.
savagely
And then
outside of City
Bones.
Hall. These
And
most
then
hallowed
they-
grounds.
Jesus, you look like you caught 80 years yourself.
Well,
you
we
need
start
a
with opening
wheelchair.
arguments, don't we?
Well,
fuck.
Yeah.
Hospital doesn't have any of this.
How many days?
It's right there.
Sounds like you're doing things
Probably
last
gets
minute
another
here, aren't you?
two-step glitched over like
Also, Soze, best of luck.
Well, Your Honor,
You know
this was
Chavez
court case
suffering
was
from
scheduled on
amnesia. I'm not
Saturday,
sure if he can help you.
Friday, all right?
That's fine. I've got my
who-
own questions
who
written
is
out.
that?
Two witnesses, one was unable to
Which
be done
one?
with sooner.
Do you
just due to
guys,
scheduling
uh,
circumstances and how
come on-
last
come over
minute,
here.
or I'm sorry, how quickly
Stop
the
Are you
it.
schedule was
guys?
styled.
Did you end up getting the
Wasn't trying to do
documents?
things last
You
minute, was
think
just trying to
they're
work
in the
with
right
the
Yeah,
direction?
availability.
Yeah, I just got a copy.
As I'm sure you can have
Just so you
empathy.
guys know, that's only
We
based
think
on
we do
5 parts of
whatever you need to
legislation. I
cover
couldn't be
within
bothered
your
reading the
time
rest.
frame.
That was
We
too
can
much
cover as we're
homework.
setting up the ground rules for this court.
Okay, well, what if I have to pee?
Do you need
Okay, if you have to
Chair, why don't you take a seat
Okay,
so you
I
don't
was trying to be cool about it, but I have
like
to piss. I'll be right
spinal
back.
bifida or whatever it is.
He has you got
There's a
shot.
seat over there, pal.
So I was lost in thought, ruminating,
Oh.
reminiscing over the lesson that I was just taught.
You're ruminants?
Huh?
I mean, it's a fair
Yeah.
question.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You expel methane?
Jesus.
Soze.
No, I'm
Look
not
at you
cow.
guys. What happened to what happened to the goddamn police of this city? I used to fucking
Just got
catch strays all the
fucking-
time.
I got ran over too.
I got ran over
Oh.
as well.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
wait,
like a double
actually,
whammy.
no. Vehicles aren't dangerous. There'd be no
What?
reason to move one off a highway
Hmm?
for safety reasons.
Hmm?
Right, Bones? You absolute
Uh-oh.
fucking baboon.
Can anyone hear
I'm
me?
confused.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You're telling me
Uh-oh.
somebody used a vehicle as a weapon and they are dangerous?
Were you
Bones.
jaywalking?
No, they're super dangerous and scary.
I'm confused.
That's crazy.
If you were
Ah.
jaywalking, it was your own fault.
I was walking in the back door.
I just got
City
ran over and
Hall.
fucked.
Yeah, well, then it wasn't your fault.
Oh my god, I can tell. You got.
Honestly, you guys should take a seat. Do you need some painkillers or something? We can get a medic down here. I don't mind if we need an IV or something.
They don't do fucking morphine anymore, man. They gave me talcum powder and told me to walk it off.
That cop that just keeps running.
Jesus, wait. You're
They
the
don't.
you're the
At least
goddamn
they
mayor.
defibrillate your head.
We are
Yeah, let's import
entitled to
some
free
drugs.
healthcare. I've seen it in the legislation. So if
Yeah.
healthcare ain't drugs in America, what the fuck is it?
Can we proceed with this trial?
It's
Can we-
diagnosing your
Siobhan's
kid with
pissing.
ADHD at
Hey,
6 years
hey,
old and then
everybody.
giving them
Hey, how's it
Adderall.
going?
Ah,
Hey.
that's crazy.
I'm gonna go.
Hey,
I'm going
can
over
we
to
go
my
ahead and proceed
side.
with this trial without Siobhan, or come on, get in here,
Okay,
Siobhan.
sorry about that. I'm ready.
Okay, you go piss, girl.
You know, can you send me
Yeah,
that
I'll go piss,
text
girl.
file?
I
All right,
did. We good.
let's get this started. Let's get this underway.
Okay.
Someone
What's going
bang
on,
the gavel.
big
You're closer.
bone?
I know. I overheard they putting talcum powder on your shit.
Alrighty, we all here.
Defibrillate your head, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm as here as I will be,
Mrs. Ware,
sir.
you all go ahead and speak up. We all have everyone you'll need from both sides.
Bobby Charles is right outside, but I believe we have all witnesses present, Your Honor.
You like the witness of Charles in here?
Yeah, let me go get that little son of a bitch. I'll be right back.
No, you must have misheard me. You must have misheard me.
May I ask a question, sir?
Fuck inside. You're delaying everything.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm just
What do you wanna
curious,
You don't see no
who
problem, that's why she
is
left
the list of people being questioned today for evidence. I believe some people have requested things. I'm not sure if it's changed. Last night before I slept, there was a difference. I'm just not sure what's accepted and what's not accepted.
Well, before your hibernation there, Mr. Bear, I'll let to see the person who's been doing the motions. Go ahead.
Uriel.
Referring to you there.
Uriel?
Yeah, right.
Speak up. They're talking to you.
All right.
Say it again, Your Honor.
let's go
Bobby
ahead-
Charles was fucking yelling in my ear.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry, 1 sec.
Bobby. Bobby, I'm putting you on a silence order. Where are you?
The
Bobby,
corner.
no talking.
Is that the
Just no
government
talking.
infringing on
Okay,
free
Bobby?
speech?
Please, God, don't
Bobby,
talk,
just
yes.
no talking. Nobody wants to hear you talk.
You
Stop
heard him,
talking.
Bobby. No talking up there on the stand.
Nobody wants to hear you
Alright,
talk,
give me
Bobby.
the big
So talk into the police ears as much as you want. They're all nobodies.
Listen what? All right.
Do not feel unspoken to. How about that?
Let's go into these motions for specifically. I want to touch on two things: the motion for the for the psychological evaluation. It has yet to be proved to me so far that we even have a capacity of that in this state. Do we have any process for that? Like, we have council members in here. Is there any process or formulaic thing that we can do in order to even have that motion be considered?
What motion?
We
psych
received a
eval.
motion for a psychological evaluation.
So
There is not, but
in the
you guys
Constitution,
are
I
the-
believe there is a 72-hour hold in Carlson's, which is actually the psychiatric ward. So I guess maybe
Parsons
there is.
closed.
Well,
Why is it in
it's
the
in the
Constitution?
Constitution, my friend.
hasn't been open for quite some time, since before the war that shut this place down years ago.
It must be hard to walk
Quite
over there and open the doors, considering we're the government and we as a democracy own Parsons. Correct?
I
Oh,
believe
just like
it is
every other
open.
building in this city,
We'll
huh?
look into it, yes.
Yes, if it's government owned.
Throw me into the sea.
Mhm.
Throw me into the sea.
Just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Well, I mean, it's in the Constitution.
Woohoo!
Fair enough.
That's nice. Anyway, we don't have the state.
Is there a reason that you're being sassy with me, sir? Are we going to have a due process and fair
That's
trial
his
here?
permanent state of being. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
That's just how
Mm.
he is. It's quite
Mm.
unfortunate. I
You'll
will-
get it
Okay.
together. You'll get it together.
That's
All right,
okay. We can fight fire with
let's-
fire.
Let's go ahead and strike that motion then. We don't have anything capacity wise. We'll go ahead and just skip over that. We don't need to motion. We don't need to get anything for that at this time. Now, this notice of appearance for Siobhan, because it was under my perspective that she was being called as an expert witness. Can we get some more clarification?
Well, also the motion to strike
behind-
witnesses, motion to strike
Yeah.
expert witnesses also there.
Yeah, I want clarification behind that because being called as a witness and then being called to.
I was not being called
run
as
the
a
court.
witness, right? Because I didn't personally witness the events, right? It was an expert witness. Still able to fulfill the need of the expert witness in the role of prosecutor at this time. And as for striking myself entirely, like what's the rationale behind that? Expediency, Your Honor. We already have enough witnesses. So I don't want to add extra fucking time. I'm sorry, pardon G languages. Didn't need to add extra time
Language
to the
there,
trial.
Miss Siobhan.
I apologize.
It's twice. Don't make it a third time.
No, I'll try, Your Honor, but I am Irish.
True.
I'm right there with you. I'll be probably be swearing as well. So
We do not-
you
I
can
do
start
not
the
give
count for
Irish
me there,
passes.
Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I absolutely
course,
do not give
Siobhan,
Irish
of course.
passes.
Uh-huh. All right. Is
All
there
right.
anyone, anything else there?
Maybe rebut to that, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
We believe the prosecution has been acting in bad faith. It's clear that Ms. Thoroughbred has
Oh.
been acting in a prosecutorial manner since the very beginning, and has been doing so under the guise of an expert witness up until around, I don't know, 8 hours ago, whatever, when she put her notice of appearance. So we believe that they have been acting in bad faith and would like to deny her motion to enter as counsel.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Yes, we can prove it. The police report was prepared by her. Her words have been directly copied
I
and
did not
pasted.
prepare the police.
No,
Yes,
when
you
I
did.
asked you to talk,
Yes,
lady,
you
keep
did.
it down over there. Have some respect for the flag.
Hey, we ain't tolerating any bickering, okay? That's the last thing I'm going to tolerate. We're not arguing between counsel here. You are to be addressing us. You're to be addressing us, the panel. Is that
Thank you,
understood?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
the police report was prepared by her. Her words have been copied verbatim from her articulation in said report and copy and pasted with a sort of addendum at the end by the other prosecutor, as well as her being present and speaking with Mr. Soze in the cells at the time of his arrest.
So you're claiming this, but I see as it is in evidence that the report was prepared by Mr. Barrett Johnson.
That's not
Is that
true.
correct, prosecution?
Actually, no, Your Honor. So the prepared by indicates the individual who exported the report, Bones, was having issues exporting. So I assisted him due to technical difficulties. Barrick then exported it later.
Interesting.
So this is simply a clerical filing that they are blowing out of proportion.
Were you the only police officer available at the time? Oh, sorry. I would like to ask the judges if Mr. Orbit would be the only police officer available at the time to do such.
Hey, on fire. How you doing?
Well, let's get this straight.
Great, and you?
Siobhan, are you a police officer?
Not too bad.
Currently, yes.
Thanks.
Officers are allowed to prosecute and be witnesses, are
Thank
they
you,
not?
ma'am.
One of your hairs was over at
Eat it all.
Zakid's place.
Well, that would depend on which oath you're signed to, I believe.
Your Honor, can you please address the defendant to stop addressing me personally?
Oh no, I said that to the judge. I said that to the judge.
Of course,
All right.
of course.
So let me cut it straight with you, Siobhan.
You could handle rejection
Were
well.
you involved in this? Were you involved in this?
As a witness? No.
Okay.
What
first
about
we-
the interaction in the cells that was mentioned?
Oh, like after the fact, I was just there in my official capacity, as a.
Don't skirt
what's the
around
word
the
I'm
damn
looking
question.
for?
Answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry, wait. What did I just answer yes to?
If you were in the cells.
Sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, I was in the cells. Sometime after the fact.
All right. Let's.
It was the next day. The next day.
May I speak, sir? Ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Go for it.
overlords. She too was involved at the jail multiple times, where she came up with, I believe, Max and Mr. Bones. Bones could likely attest to this since he's a man of law, and he too said that she was helping with the situation while Max had a gun out in the jail.
Yeah, in prison.
Your Honors, I would just like to state that if there are any civil claims that the opposing counsel or opposing parties would like to make, that those are best suited to a civil court and have no bearing on the criminal matter here at hand and why we are here today.
I'm not sure what civil case she's talking about, my friends.
Let's take the time now. Let's take the time now. I'm gonna gather the panel. We're gonna deliberate on this to determine whether or not this motion of appearance is allowed to stick. So give us some time.
Thank you. Why is she talking about civil cases when that's part of this case? I'm confused.
I think she forgot what was being argued.
I feel like I'm gonna hear some objections in here. Objection, penis. Objection. Objection, civil. Civil has nothing to do with this. You can't question people's integrity in a criminal case.
Badges you gotta stick on your shirt. He probably stick it in his skin. That's how much he's
Hey, Slacks, how you doing, pal?
All right, the panel has deliberated upon
Oh,
this.
my bad.
Oh, Soze.
We're decided. While we do find it a
shit,
little
look,
bit,
it's
let's
out.
just put unusual, a little bit empty-handed, to originally be testifying as an expert witness, and then I don't know, change your mind or have a sudden ability to testify, or I'm sorry, to prosecute. However, we have always allowed police officers to prosecute in the state for their own matters. We do not find that it's conflictual in any means, shape, or form. So we're going to be allowing this motion of appearance, as well as the motion to strike for Siobhan as an extra witness. So she's going to be operating in a prosecutorial ability. She is not to be giving any testimony here today. Is that understood?
Just
Thank
out
you, Your
of,
Honor.
just out of.
I do have. Sorry.
Could I come to the stand for a second, sir?
Your
Are
Honor,
you
if they're
really
gonna
requesting a side?
Oh, you can
sidebar,
come.
we
You
all
can come
gotta
as well.
All right, everybody to the
Sure,
front.
everyone come
Well,
up.
I'd prefer if she wasn't here because I believe it's going to be in breach of the Constitution. Maybe you could bring her up and talk to her after. I don't mind if the prosecutor's here, though.
All right, state the Constitution that you're specifically
Sure.
mentioning. State the
Yes,
article.
which area?
So, well, if she would walk back a little bit, I'll be able to say it. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to be in breach of the legislation in which that she's okayed.
You called for a sidebar.
They literally, you just called for a sidebar. I'm up.
Yes, yes, and she was never labeled as a
Why
prosecutor.
is Nino here? He's not on the
until-
docket.
Where is he?
Why is that coming up, and why does that matter?
That's
Wait, Nino, why the hell
discussion
are
at
you
hand.
here?
Well, I have paid him, but it doesn't matter if he's here or not. It doesn't bother me.
Go back
Okay.
if you need to.
Yeah, he's not.
Yes,
He's not
go
on the
ahead,
docket.
please.
As long as I don't gotta hear the screaming.
I'm
now.
just curious what the
Go ahead,
docket
step back.
means. If it's capable of evidence being changed, 10 minutes before a trial, in something in which I could be held for 7 years.
Okay, like I said, I've said this several times. We have decided to amend the discovery to allow for discovery to end as soon as the trial started, due to the circumstances around this. We wanted to expedite this trial to make sure that all parties are going to be
Of
present.
course.
We didn't want to dilly-dally with this motion, so that way I allowed for the discovery
makes
to be
sense.
open.
That
That
makes
is not
sense.
something that is usual. That is something that is happening now.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just wondering, when did the trial start?
When I bang that damn gavel.
So you did that
Yes,
after the trial started, correct? Not before.
That is when discovery ended.
That is at the
Okay.
time the trial starts.
Well, listen, I'd
So we
love to
will-
stay here and listen to you lie to my face, but I don't know if I want to be here, in all honesty. I believe if you're willing to lie to me already, I already see where this is going.
Who are you referring to there?
He just said you can only change it before the trial starts. We just talked about changing it after the gavel had been hit. You were lying to me. That just happened right here, right now, and you're setting a precedent, sir.
Because I was
Confused
stressed.
about the way
witness was-
ruling on pretrial motions.
A witness was stricken after the trial started.
Yes.
So
because it
you're
was a- it
saying
was a motion that
evidence
was made.
can change after the trial has started, correct?
Are you aware of what a
could
trial
motion
motion
for
is?
evidence to change as well. If you
Correct.
wanted.
But it was not accepted
It's a
until
motion.
after the trial, yes?
No, it was accepted and put into consideration before the trial had
Yes,
started.
so
when they
you're
posted it on the
saying-
docket.
You were saying evidence can change after a trial has begun, correct?
If that's what you are inclined to believe and what you're being stuck on right now, then you can believe that. But
Okay,
the
so
process did in fact work. The process
If-
is correct.
Okay, sure.
in
I'm
how-
just,
in how
I'm
Mr.
just,
Vaughn
I'm
is-
just curious if you're saying that evidence can change after a trial has begun as well. You're okay
not.
so if she is listed as a witness, which is a part of the evidence in which we have worked for the last 3 days, you're saying it changing after the trial isn't a part of evidence changing, correct?
It didn't change after the trial. It changed after we deliberated upon it.
In
it
the
being
trial.
considered
Bailey-
before the
but
trial.
Bailey
was
That's
made.
okay. Listen,
trial
if you
started in
at
if
this
you
point-
don't
at
think
this point,
if
we're
you don't
getting-
think we're in trial, then fine. That's okay with me.
Okay. At this point, we're getting semantical.
It's
we
not
do
semantics.
have to
The
go
gavel
further. I
has
gave
been
my
hit, the
opinion.
trial has
Okay.
begun,
Let's
and
get
the
this
evidence has
started.
changed.
If you
Trial
actually
motions
want to
are
be
fine.
technical about this and argue each charges, have I read you your charges? Have I announced the people versus Carl?
You're the one that said the gavel was hit. Let's start the trial, I guess, pal.
So what I'm saying to you is I asked.
Yes, I know what you're saying, and you're changing your mind based on bullshit, sir. I don't give a shit. Let's go.
Speak up there.
Don't say shit.
No, you just said they can swear, and I believe that means I can swear. Fuck you.
Okay. No more swears. All right, let's get it together. Like I said, the motion that was already put on the docket has been approved as it was stated, as deliberated upon it. Let's go ahead and get started with the motions.
So I don't know if the trial started yet. You want to just ring me when the trial starts? They said it hasn't
Alrighty.
started yet, right?
We're here gathered to hear the people
it's
versus
starting now.
Koil Soze.
Oh, okay.
The statement of charges read as such. Just because he was not successful in rallying an army to his cause does not change the nature of Koil Soze's rebellion. His success would have spared the second war in Sandy Shores. Last two weapons not seen in this city for nearly a decade was used to deny the authority of the state after government equipment in facilities usurped without permission nor authority to do so. The defendant is accused as the following. Mr. Soze, I'm going to read each one of these, and you are to give a guilty, not guilty, or no contest. Is that understood?
Sure.
On the count of 1 times criminal possession of a firearm, class 2, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
The charge of resisting arrest, how do you
Not
plead?
guilty.
The charge of joyriding.
Not guilty.
On each of the attempted murder of a government employee counts, you have 3 of them.
Not guilty.
So all 3. Or how
Not
many?
guilty.
Do it.
Not guilty.
Do it. What's stopping you?
That's 3 of them. All right. And 1 account of treason.
Not guilty.
All right. Let it be shown that Mr. Koil Soze has pled not guilty to every one of the charges presented here today. Now, if you could, those that are giving testimony today, please raise your left hands.
Hey, Max, just be careful raising your hand. We don't want any incidents if you hear.
He's not got the hat on.
Oh, never mind. My
Yeah, I
bad.
got the hat off.
Is everyone raising a damn hand? Ah,
Sheriff Bones, are you raising your hand or you?
He's trying really hard.
He's
Connor,
very
he was
hard.
shot.
He's making a good faith attempt, I
He's
believe.
shot in the arm.
all righty. Y'all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, on the penalty of perjury. So help you airborne.
I do.
Hey.
Is that a yes? What the hell was that?
Yes, Supreme Overlord.
Did someone get punched in the stomach?
Mr. Soze, are you giving testimony?
I mean, no. I'm not giving testimony, actually.
All right.
Right.
Fair enough.
Right. Why would you be watching me?
Those witnesses have been sworn in.
You're having fun with me? What the
Anyway.
What is that?
Luckily, all these questions can still go for the police anyway. The fact that Bones is going to be up there, I can't believe she pussied out. What an absolute pussy.
All right. I want to hit the.
It says a
I
lot,
wanna hit
though.
The court with some ground rules, some housekeeping rules, just to make sure that we're all here and clarified.
I can say an opening statement,
we're
so
not
it doesn't matter.
tolerating Any disruptions. to this
And a
case.
closing statement. I
This
don't need
case
to
is being set here for a
say
reason,
shit.
How we've expedited it for a reason, expedited it for a reason.
They're the ones that have to prove it. So if they can't question me, they haven't questioned me yet.
In any shape or form. So the content. I'm gonna go ahead and set the bar at. We'll do a solid 25 grand. Let's not try to interrupt the proceedings here. Let's try to get a fair flow so that every party can have an equal chance to represent their case. Do not swear, obviously.
No,
we've
they
already
didn't take
mentioned
my
that.
statement.
We are seen before the courts. And with that being stated, we can go ahead and get into the overall flow. Prosecution, if you're ready with your opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. No one can make laws in Sandy Shores and the surrounding areas all the way down to the city border, ellipses, though we do own the North and Paleto as well, quote unquote. These words are not new. Similar words have been uttered countless times in history, whether the entire world or that of our small island. The authority
Is that the opening
of the state
statement? Oh,
is absolute.
no.
Attempts to deny the authority of the state and to incite rebellion against the state are tantamount to treason. And it will be proven here today the use of high-grade weaponry to usurp the authority of the state and its democratically elected representatives took place. It was conceived and
I've got the opening
by
statement.
Koil Soze.
Okay.
Mens rea and actus reus will be proven beyond a reasonable doubt today that Koil Soze is guilty of all the crimes of which he has been accused. Thank you, Your Honors.
Are we allowed to rebuttal their opening statement in our opening statement? You know what?
You can.
Oh, listen, it's fine that I do my opening statement, correct? Or does it have to be the legal side?
If you want to do yours, I don't care. You can do your own damn opening
Thank
statement.
you, thank you. Is damn a swear word, or is that okay?
It's
Fine with me.
half of one.
Hello, everybody. Today, I am a man being prosecuted by the apparent people we have elected in a democracy. I'm sure you all understand what a democracy is meant to be. And I have said myself that I am, as a person, an overseer to democracy. If that is illegal and that is treason, I guess I belong in jail in a democracy in which I oversee, in which we all oversee, because that is what a democracy is. Thank you.
Bravo! Bravo!
Does your lawyer have anything else to say?
No.
No, Your Honor. Soze said it eloquently.
Enough.
No.
Alrighty.
No, it's perfect.
Prosecution.
Trust me. Just trust me, chat. I
Alright,
have a
call
lot of
your witnesses.
questions
Yes,
about the
Your Honor.
overseer.
Prosecution calls Sheriff Jeffrey Bones to the stand.
This is their
Bones,
entire
go ahead
thing
and
based
make
on
the
their
stand,
opening
boss.
statement.
All right. Go get him, Sheriff.
The people that's
Give him hell,
saying
Sheriff.
what was
Give him
that do
hell.
not understand what a democracy is. Okay, it is written on the wall that I am the overseer.
long as you
I am
haven't sworn
a
in
overseer. That is
Yeah.
what you do in a democracy. Every civilian is the
I must
overseer.
remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Alrighty.
Literally everybody is an
may
overseer.
proceed.
An overseer is in a
All right, thank you,
lawful
Your Honor.
position.
Would you please tell us your name and rank for the record?
Jeffrey Bones, Sheriff.
How did you become sheriff?
You have no
I was
idea what you're saying.
publicly elected off of the PCP 2.0 legislation.
The opposition doesn't know what you meant. Of course they don't.
Did you name the
They're
sheriff's
fucking
department?
stupid. That's the point.
Yes.
And we can say it at the end. You got to wait
did
till
you
the
name?
end. You say what you need to
Blaine County
say
Sheriff's Office.
without explaining it. So at the end, you can
Were you on
explain
duty
it,
on
and they're
the
like,
afternoon
"Oh,
and
we are
evening of
fucking
June
stupid."
5th, 2024.
Yes.
Did you encounter the defendant, Koil Soze, during your shift?
Yes.
Where did you encounter Mr. Soze?
There's multiple phone calls that kind of led up to this, but then I eventually encountered him at MRPD.
I need a drink of water, to be honest.
Did you exchange any words with Mr. Soze?
Yeah, he was kind of arguing or talking about the legislation and trooper stuff and a bunch of other stuff like that.
In your statement, you said you went to Senior Buns and then had a migraine. What
Mhm.
occurred prior to this migraine?
So we were at Senior Buns, we got some food, and then I believe we were driving up to Sandy, and then I had a migraine on the way up there.
And what happened after you were headache free?
Well, I had a headache around the Del Perro on ramp, just right around Pillbox, the entry of Pillbox on Elgin Ave. From there, I had a migraine for about, I guess, 5 minutes. I just had to step out of the car, didn't just close my eyes completely. I opened my eyes back up and looked for my car, couldn't find it. Then I called Soze and tried to figure out where
You
he
let them
was.
say everything. It doesn't matter. Let them
Okay.
say everything, guys. We don't need.
Did you give
objections.
Koil Soze permission to drive your vehicle prior to him driving it?
No.
And why was evidence not included to display tampering of the vehicle?
Objection leading.
Rebuttal.
I can rephrase the question.
I'm gonna rebut Your Honor for him why it's not leading.
right,
We're
go ahead.
asking him why. We're not asking him something
Sorry,
yes or
who's in
no. We're
charge
not
here?
giving him the rationale in the in the question. We're simply asking why was if he did drive the vehicle as you said, why is this evidence not there? This is well within the parameters of evidentiary standard questioning for adversarial. It is not giving away anything.
say
in the
out of
question
scope.
to hint towards an answer.
I don't
It's not
understand why it
legal.
would be in scope.
Rebuttal, Robin.
That would be relevant. then we could say lacks foundation. We don't know such evidence exists.
Precisely.
He's asking why it doesn't exist. So he's establishing the foundation.
Well, I believe the question was why it wasn't added, not if it exists.
Well, it's not there. What you're saying, the foundation, he's establishing it. Denying that. Go ahead, keep asking.
All right. Do I need to ask the question again?
Yes.
No. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter.
So
It's an
why
objection.
wasn't
Who gives a fuck?
evidence displaying tampering of the vehicle not
It's good
included?
for us.
Because I left the keys in the car, so he didn't have to tamper the vehicle to, I guess, get the car turned on.
Did you attempt to regain contact with Koil Soze?
Yeah, I called him. I was asking where he was, and then I found out that he was at the sheriff's office, and I was all the way stuck in the city, stranded.
Did you attempt to recover your vehicle?
Yeah. I had to call Ruby to get a pickup, and then she gave me a ride up there.
How did that go?
About as good as it can go. Once I arrived, I saw him. Tried to detain him for joyriding. He was questioning power and authority and a whole bunch of other things. What I can and can't do up north.
All right. In your statement in the report, the People's A, you mentioned witnessing Koil Soze speak to Bobby Charles on the phone. What did you personally hear said by Koil Soze on that call?
He was trying to get Bobby to come up there.
No.
In regards to the actual content, I can't remember just word for word.
Did Bobby Charles show up there?
Yes.
He wasn't sworn in, no.
Did Bobby Charles interact with
I don't
Koil
think.
Soze?
Yes. Whenever Bobby arrived, Ruby was telling him to leave, and
It doesn't matter about
leave the
objections.
scene,
It's all irrelevant,
and
guys.
Soze walked down and was like, "They don't have any jurisdiction over here. It doesn't matter."
Can you read the text highlighted in evidence the people see Bobby Charles subpoena?
Bobby Charles texted Soze, "I'm in Sandy." This was at 10:07 p.m. EST, and then after that he texted Koil Soze, he said, "Planning my attack now. Don't worry. Are you dead?" At 10:16 EST.
And then can you tell me what time is indicated for the two highlighted calls in the People's C?
The two calls, one was made at 10:01 p.m. EST, and one was made at 10:10 p.m. EST.
Did you witness Koil Soze make a second call to Bobby Charles?
I don't exactly remember. He was on the phone a lot.
Did you believe you had probable cause to detain Koil Soze at this time?
Yes, for joyriding.
Why did you pull out your taser, as mentioned in the report?
He kept on arguing. He wouldn't face away from me or comply or anything like that. He's just generally being uncompliant.
He denied your authority?
Yeah.
Was Koil Soze displaying any weaponry?
Not at the time that I pulled out my taser. I then had like a sidebar with Ruby, and then he ran inside and pulled out an M4 and held the doors of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so Koil Soze did enter the property?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Did Koil Soze enter the property?
Yes.
Was
Sorry,
he
I'm sorry,
warned
I'm
not
sorry,
to
I'm
do
sorry,
so?
Stop. Robin, you had something?
Yeah, it was leading, but Bones answered in an
Okay.
instant, so it doesn't matter.
All right, I'll give Mr. Bones. Can you allow like a solid?
I'll give a
second?
space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a solid
10 to
second,
3.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, you can proceed. I'm sorry. You may proceed.
Should I start from that
No.
question again, Your Honor?
No,
Okay.
just keep going.
Okay.
Actually, start from the weaponry question. Just
All right. So was Koil Soze displaying any weaponry?
Yeah. M4.
My God, I'm so sorry.
Did Koil Soze enter the property?
Yes.
Was he warned to not do so?
Not necessarily.
Was he warned he was being detained and or arrested?
Yes.
Would leaving the area constitute disobeying a peace
Objection
officer?
leading.
Rebuttal.
We're asking the officer in his personal opinion. I can add that clarifier if you want.
Rebuttal.
It's not about what they're asking, it's about how they're asking it.
Just re-ask it. Lord, if we're here for the petty shit all over the time, excuse my language, you ask the same question, get the same response. Go ahead, ask it again.
Yeah, sustained. Whatever.
Sheriff Bones, in your personal opinion, would leaving the area constitute disobeying a police officer?
Same shit.
Yes, leaving the area would. However, he was at the front steps of the sheriff's office whenever this happened. He didn't really go very far. He just walked inside.
Did he resist?
Yes. Whenever he went outside and propped the door open to tell Bobby, that we didn't have any authority here or anything like that, I made that as a split-second decision that should be the point where we go in. While he's distracted in that, I tackled him and tried cuffing him up. He then broke those cuffs, grabbed his gun, and then retreated back to the doors. From there, he eventually pointed a gun at me, and I opened fire on him.
Was he generally compliant?
No.
How would you characterize his demeanor?
Very argumentative, just questioning authority nonstop, just non-compliant in general.
Did you have any backup?
That's
on
fine.
scene?
I had Ruby.
I mean,
and
listen.
then whenever he
I'm gonna.
went,
I'm
into
good to do all the
office,
questions.
I
Is there
called
anything
more
you
backup,
specifically think
from
we
the
should
city.
ask? Because I'm gonna get in
Eventually,
with
I
this
had
whole list just
Declan,
about.
Loki,
Yeah. I'll just clean up
Raditz was
anything you don't get.
there,
Okay.
and Thixon.
And when did they arrive?
About 3 minutes after he went in there.
In your statement in the People's A, you say Koil Soze pointed his Class 2 weapon at you. Did you have reasonable fear for the lives of yourself and your fellow officers in that moment?
Objection relevance?
Rebuttal.
He's being charged with attempted murder of government employees and resisting arrest. And we're trying to articulate why Sheriff Bones felt the need to do the things that he did.
Soze's being charged for his own actions, not those of Bones. How they felt's irrelevant.
Yeah. Unless you have anything to add, do you want to?
Is that like a handler or something? Has he got a handler? Is that what that is?
I think he's a sock puppet.
I thought the police hired him. I'm confused on why the police are telling him what to do.
I'm going to further response, Your Honors.
Interesting.
No, we're talking.
This is
Give
fucking
us a bit.
ridiculous.
Just wanna let you
I'm
know.
actually getting triggered right now.
We're yapping over here.
Oh, so you got to get even more triggered when you see his head explode trying to answer the questions I got.
The judge is literally letting a fucking witness coach counsel.
She entered as co-counsel and removed herself as a witness.
What the fuck?
And she became the primary.
After the trial started, mind you.
Yeah, we
What the fuck?
tried to nix it, and the judges just didn't do their job.
Just remember, it isn't about me going to jail, guys. At the end of the day, it's the message. That's all that matters. The people are more important than me going to jail.
All right. I got it. All right. Panel is determined. Listen, we get, we get the clarification and we get the ideology behind the motion being made here, behind the objection. However, we're kind of at this point where we think everything's semantical at this point, unless it's like a real obstructing objection. We feel like relevance in this scenario is not really pertinent to the case. It's just trying to confuse and mislead. We get it. We understand how it's not relevant.
Can the prosecution stop asking irrelevant questions then?
Could you stop objecting on semantics then?
Well, they're just wasting our time. If you're going for expediency, sir, then they should stop asking irrelevant questions.
And same back to y'all then. Anyway, let's keep going.
I'm sorry, is this
let's
guy?
Let's not get. Let's all just
is
hold
he a
hands
judge
here
or what's
throughout this
going
whole
on?
process. Let's not try to get
Jesus
into
Christ.
bickering arguments.
Ask the question again.
With that being said, we're just going to overrule. Just move on. Just move on.
Why is it that the judges feel hostile to anybody that's on defense?
Sheriff Bones, what actions did you take to reasonably protect yourselves?
I opened fire on Soze.
Who gives a fuck?
Because he
It's
pointed
cool
his
that
gun
they
at
said
me.
it. I mean, I was going to ask him all this
And
sort of shit
he had a
anyway.
fucking M4
Because
pointed at
there's
me. It
the
wasn't
law
just
of
any
the fleeing felon, which implies you can
Were
only
any
shoot
officers
somebody when you
injured during this
think they're
incident?
going to be
Yes, 3.
capable of murdering somebody. I was running
many
inside a
charges for
building that was
attempted
fully
murder of a
locked and there
government
was
employee are
nobody
being pressed
inside, and
today?
he shot me in the
3 of
back.
them?
And is it for this act that Soze is being charged with attempted murder of a government employee today?
Yes.
Can you reference the People's A evidence article titled Selfie with Insane Ramblings?
Yeah, I know. You didn't call your mother.
What's the title again?
Selfie with Insane Ramblings?
Okay, yes, I got it.
Did you confirm who wrote this
You also
outside
got
of the
married
sheriff's
over-
office?
Hold on. This evidence.
It's in the People's A, Your Honor.
Okay,
in the
it's
report.
inside the people's.
Yeah, it's in the
okay,
report.
I'm
It
sorry.
was a clarifying. I was trying to clarify. All right.
Got you.
Is that noted for the defense as well?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, just making sure. All right, go ahead.
Doesn't matter. We can change anyway.
Did you confirm who wrote this outside of the sheriff's office?
I did.
And who wrote it?
Soze?
Was he Mirandized when he said this?
Yes.
Wait, what?
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Alrighty, Siobhan, you have any?
No further questions for this witness, no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. We may have some for redirect pending cross, though.
Understood. Oh,
Thank you.
God. We've lost Bailey.
All right.
Are we good to go or not?
Yeah. Can we? We'll carry on. We'll carry on.
Alright, yes, go ahead.
We'll fill them in.
When did you said I had said that I wrote it?
Yes.
When did I say that?
In the cells.
Is it in the report that you wrote?
Check.
Interesting.
No, it is not in the report.
So you're
From what I-
saying you remember it happening, but it's not in the report.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, clarity, Your Honors. It's in the second paragraph of Bone's statement in the People's A.
Could you, if it is there, Bones,
Hold
could you,
I just want to make sure there's no
You find it?
misstatements. Hold on, I'm going to do an objection to statement of evidence.
Okay,
If the
so you're-
witness misstates, then that's his fault. Not it shouldn't be on the prosecution to.
Hold on. Let's not all talk at once. All right. You need to present that in the form of an objection, Ms. Siobhan.
I did.
'Cause
Objection
you
to
can't,
statement
you
of
can't blurt
evidence.
that out. That was that
Objection
was-
misstatement of evidence.
All right, cool.
It's noted in the second paragraph
rebuttal
of the
from
report.
defense.
I don't believe it's a misstatement of evidence if he's not saying that the evidence is different. He's just saying he didn't know it was there, correct? This would be semantics, I guess.
Yeah, it's teetering towards semantics. Let's just.
I meant
Okay.
her, but sure.
Yeah, it's on both sides. Bones gave his testimony. Let's.
It's
let's
fine.
just-
It's sort of irrelevant anyway. Can you
Yeah, we'll overrule
sure.
this. That question is going to be still.
Could
on
you
the
say the where it is in the report? Just go ahead and have a look and just tell us what it says. Just so we're sure, everybody's sure what's said there.
I have it here. The second paragraph reads as such. When Bones got up to Sandy, he saw Soze in the car right outside the sheriff's office. Where Soze
It
was
said
writing
when
up the Sandy
Bones
clause and
got
surrounding
to
legislation.
Sandy, so in the third person,
yes,
correct?
This is Bones' statement, yes. And then it says he later admitted after he was Mirandized that he wrote this.
So, Bones, when you talk about yourself, you talk about yourself in the third person.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
It's I mean, sure. I don't
sounds
see
like
how
the
that would be
petty
an
bullshit
argument.
you don't want, Your Honor.
It's a yes or no question. There's not much argument to be had, to be honest.
I'll entertain it to a very thin, fine line.
I mean,
answer
which
this
part?
Just answer this one question. Overruled.
Typically in police statements, you do write in the third person.
And why would you write in the third person if it is your statement?
Objection, relevance.
He's a police officer, and he is the person that writes the statement, and I need to understand if it is only him that is writing the statement or somebody is helping him. I'm trying to make sure it's a validated statement.
I'm confused, Your Honors. Are we going to be allowing SOPs into the courtroom today for the first time ever?
I don't think this was an SOP argument at all. It's listen.
How officers write reports is quite.
You know the thing about semantics is this every question that I ask? I'm gonna have to listen to her, just cry.
I feel like we've opened up this
Objection,
gateway
Your
very
Honor.
much. Hey, I'm talking. All right. I get it. Okay, I get it. He put in the very beginning, he put that it was his statement. I get it. I understand. We can go through the semantics. We can go through the arguments. We as judges, we're not tone deaf. Okay, we can read what's on the report and know that Bones is writing it because in the start it says that it's his narrative statement that's being written. We don't have to carry on with this whole cat and mouse chase. It's gotten entirely too semantical. Let's calm it down. I get what the question's being asked, but I can clearly read. I'm not tone deaf. With that being said, we're going to carry on.
I'd like to request a sidebar.
All right.
Yes. Today sidebar, I'm going to announce to the court that the report being referred as evidence is available publicly on your MVPs.
I just wanted to bring up the characterizations towards the prosecution as crying as unprofessional and not becoming of courtroom decorum. That's all, Your Honors, if it please you.
I'd also like to bring up the
I'm just doing my job.
unprofessionalism of swearing an oath as a council member to imply that you would never join any other agency and breaking that oath twice and then implying that you know something about... I'm not talking to you, ma'am. I'm talking to the judges. And then when you break the oath, you imply that you were a master or an expert, at the law in which you wrote when you were actually not a master, and that's probably why you changed the evidence on the day of the account. I don't think it's fair to cry about a due process and a fair trial if you're willing to change evidence after a trial has begun.
Hey, Your Honors, I defer to your judgment. I know you know how to do your job. I'm not going to tell you how to do it.
I am much worse for saying crying. She is right.
I am confused as to why it seems that he's never heard of the PD liaison position, but it is what it is. And it doesn't really have any bearing on the criminal matter here at hand.
Would you like to say the oath?
I understand. I will say we're all adults here. I know there might be some bickering. I've had you in court here, Siobhan. You could absolutely fight back and fight your battles.
I don't need
to
to.
as much as possible.
Exactly.
But we can handle this.
I mean, this is just what I mean by crying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to bring a substantial foundation to my questioning, and I'm talking about evidence in which he wrote in the third person, and you are implying that the evidence that is written in the third person somehow is not relevant to talk about.
Your Honor, I would like to know why my objections are being characterized as crying.
Because it sounds like you're crying.
Just the ones we said, yeah.
To an extent, okay.
Okay, well that doesn't help.
God damn. All right.
To
an extent, we're all crying. Okay, we're all crying. Because we all really want to get our side heard. We all want to feel felt and understood by the courts. I get it. I understand.
I'm not crying.
We are here to present arguments in a case, and a criminal case at that. So any of this, relevance as to, what is the state's capacity? That's not on being questioned here. That's not
I'm
on trial
confused
here.
on what you're
What's
talking
on
about the
trial
state's
here is
capacity.
the
Nobody has
criminal
mentioned
charges.
that. It's quite strange that you bring that up.
Hey,
Sounds like
It's
you really have a
almost
thick
as
skin
if
button.
there's
I'm
some
also
other
very
conversations that
Your
have
Honor,
been
I'd like to
had before
apologize
this.
for all of the
Listen,
confusion.
shut
I
the
am
hell
very
up, all of y'all. Right now.
confused.
Shut up. Stop. All right? Listen, I understand y'all confused. Yes, reports are written in third person because that's how it has to be. If you're bringing in SOPs and how this bullshit has to happen, if you want to keep going back, having this little jibber jab, crying, not crying, go ahead. All this bullshit needs to stop. Ask a damn question. Keep it to the case. If you're going to think that you're going to win someone over just because of the fact that you have some ability to say, holy shit, they might be objecting to something that is lacks foundation or asking it one way or the other, drop it. I'm telling you right now, they can ask it 15,000 ways. It's not going to take us 30 minutes and piss everybody else off. Understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just do want to be sure I'm not implying anything about SOPs. I was just genuinely asking
So
for
were you an
relevance.
officer at some point?
I was quite a long time ago, yes.
Have they changed some? Hold on. Where's Slacks at? Slacks. Speak up.
Right here, sir. Your Honor.
Has anything changed with writing reports? The other writing in third person?
Yes.
Was
It should be the
Slacks
same as far
around
as I
5
know.
years ago?
Oh, I guess he wasn't. Anyway.
All right.
I mean, listen.
You guys
if
know
we
I
can
could just answer this question.
If we
for
can
you.
just continue with the question.
And I'm still the cop
Listen,
now. I could just answer this question.
I
I was doing
entertain
it
that. I
from a-
literally
hold
entertain
on.
that. Let's just answer
Hey,
the
I have
question
no
in third
problem with
person.
that. I have no problem with that. I
Please.
just wanted to
I was just
sidebar
wanted
based
to y'all
on
know
the
that I could do that.
unprofessional words and accusations going towards me, characterizing my demeanor that have no place in the courtroom.
File civil suit afterwards. Go back to your chest.
I was asking for contempt, but I'll take that.
If we feel like we need content, we can get to that.
Yes, we will keep it in mind.
Don't
What's
beg for
standing when I
attempt.
have
We'll
to a
do it and
civil
establish it afterwards.
Can
What's
I get
standing
back
when
to
I have
questioning?
for civil?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Hey, listen, it's only happened once at least so far. That's so good. Dude, I don't understand what's going on. Like, what the fuck am I listening to? Can I just fucking ask questions in a roleplay scenario or what? I wish our guy didn't even object, honestly. I just want to fucking roleplay and not, listen to whatever the fuck that is. I don't even know if there's objections written anywhere. Well, it's not about her and the W. You guys are fucking reading way too much into this with your hate boners, dude. I'm curious why they brought up the state and shit. I'm very confused. Like, there was nothing mentioned of, like, how the state works, but it was like the judge talked about it, which was very weird. Yo, guys, listen. Just don't be assholes. We're allowed to question the roleplay and the law and shit like that, but if you guys get personal, you're just gonna get banned from my chat. And if you go to other chats, you're gonna get banned. I just don't care. You know what I mean? And just remember, if I am screaming or saying you're retarded on Soze, I personally don't think that. Okay? I'm talking to a character. Remember that. I am not talking to a fucking human. It's in that world. Y'all let your fucking raging hate bonus. I still can't believe that they changed the evidence after the court had started, dude. That's so fucking crazy. But I mean, it's still the same. Oh, there we go. It's okay to be passionate about it, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand being passionate. Just don't be too weird, please. 1 second. Hey,
are we ready to
we good?
proceed?
Mm-hmm.
You lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the third person thing.
Yes, we established that.
Why do you write in third person? What was the answer? I didn't hear. Also, I'm not sure
So
if
we're-
you're not yelling, sir, judge.
Hey, yes, I was
There we
not.
go.
Better.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It is common protocol, and it's how we're trained.
So I'm not questioning if it's an SOP or whatever. Do you know, as the sheriff, do you understand the reasoning for doing third person statements?
Easier for people to read, go through it. In terms of exact legal reasoning, not 100% sure, but it's all.
Okay.
I've been doing that, and it's how I was brought up on.
So, being the sheriff, are you well versed in the law, both the penal code, the legislation, and the Constitution?
Yes.
And do you have an oath that you're sworn in as sheriff and as a police officer? Are they the same or different?
Right. Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I mean, if a sworn oath is not relevant to a police officer in the court case, I guess it's not relevant. I'm curious as to why I couldn't build.
Your Honors?
Yeah, give me a rebuttal. One rebuttal.
I'm just trying to.
One rebuttal.
Oh, sorry.
The officer's involved oath of office has no bearing on the criminal charges for which Koil Soze is facing today and are utterly and completely irrelevant.
They are when he's the one pressing the charges.
Did I ask for a rebuttal from you?
No.
Cool. All right. Here, let's deliberate on that.
What is this fucking attitude?
I think he opened up.
Uh,
I mean, again, it's more semantical than anything. But I feel like he opened up.
He was asking, do you have separate ones? Yes or no? That's it.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think
Just
it's
allow it.
All right. The panels is deliberated upon it. We don't test me. We're going to be overruling that at the time. We found not only did the scope open up, but it is just it's a decency question. We've already opened up the scope, not only in his line of question, but the line of questioning before that when we talked about how he became a sheriff, how he got elected, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is fine.
Go ahead, re-ask your question there, Mr. Soze.
Sure. So you, as a sheriff, you had to swear an oath, you said?
I swore an oath whenever I became an officer in the LSPD. I did not swear a new oath whenever I became sheriff.
Okay. And are you able to say what the oath is to the people? I mean, if you have to read it from the MDT or whatever, that would be fine. I don't expect you to read it off by heart or anything.
Okay. I, Jeffrey Bones, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, or of the state of San Andreas against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of State of San Andreas. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office which I am about to enter.
Thank you. Okay. So, joyriding. Can you explain the charge for the courtroom?
It is the operation of a vehicle without the owner's permission.
And your lawyer asked if you gave permission. Were you the owner of that vehicle?
I did not purchase that vehicle. However,
Were you the owner of that vehicle?
No, I'm not the owner of that vehicle.
Thank you. Okay. Also, you are aware of the law which allows self-defense and the protection of others around you?
I understand self-defense, yes.
So, where did you say the vehicle was again? It was just to Reiterate.
Around Pillbox.
In what direction? What sort of road was it on?
It was going eastbound on Del Perro Freeway.
So it was on a freeway where vehicles travel at very high speed?
It was on the on-ramp of it, so.
Right. The speed
Not
limit on the
exactly-
highway is what?
90.
Right, so it's possible that you would be driving 90 miles per hour on that
Yes,
highway,
but the
correct?
on and off ramp could be different speeds as well.
Sure.
But yes,
And somebody could be speeding illegally in the city, which is common, correct?
yes.
Okay. So, do you think a vehicle being parked in the middle of a highway is safe?
Objection, misstatement of testimony. He said it's not in the middle of the highway.
Uriel, stop. Don't object.
There's the puppet master. What?
We withdraw the objection. Your Honors, I would pray that you heard that comment calling me a puppet master.
So what's happening?
Can I just
withdrawing your
ask
objection,
questions as
or-
well, or not? Or what's going on? I feel like every question is objected to, and it just falls off.
The objection.
Oh, you have not been in the court.
Okay.
This is light work. All right, it's going to be overruled or whatever. It's
We
withdrawn.
withdrew the
Hey,
objection,
we
Your
was
Honor.
withdrawn there, son. He can continue answering me.
Do you
You
believe
don't.
not
a
gonna
vehicle? Actually,
Guess we heard it first
so
time.
do you believe a vehicle parked in the middle of a highway, in which vehicles obviously drive fast, like you had said, is safe?
No.
So, if somebody was in that vehicle, they could get injured. So,
They could, yes.
and vehicles passing through there could obviously collide with it, causing an accident. So other people, too, could get injured.
Is that a question? Are you
I'm
stating that?
asking, yes, I'm asking you to confirm, it's possible other people could get hurt on a highway if a vehicle is parked there?
Yes, it is possible.
And what time was it, do you recall?
We just lost 2 judges. Should we pause?
I mean, I could fill them in, but it's up to y'all. Are you
It's
comfortable
fine,
with
listen,
recess?
if it's all on paper, it don't matter.
Yeah, I'm writing it down, so I'm good.
It was nighttime.
So it was
All right,
dark.
repeat the question again. Sorry.
I just asked if it was, what time of day it was, and he confirmed it was nighttime, so.
All right, cool.
So, would you deem it safe to move the vehicle off of the highway?
Off of the highway, yes.
Correct. And the highway you said was the one that goes onto Sonora and heads north. Is
I
that
did
the one
not
you
say
mean?
that.
Well, you just said it was at the on ramp, correct, going east on next to what's it called, Elgin, the
Pillbox.
hospital. Yeah.
Yeah, all the way in the city. Sonora
Yeah.
is past Route 60, or it's like
No, Sonora
that is
Freeway.
Sonora Freeway is way. I think you're thinking of Los Santos Freeway. Sonora Freeway is way north of Los Santos Freeway.
That
and
ramp,
that's
where
an
does it
extreme
lead?
distance.
Where does that ramp lead?
That would lead to, if you kept on going east where we were, it would lead you to the on ramp of Los Santos Freeway.
Mm-hmm. And where does Los Santos Freeway go?
Then that leads to Sonora Freeway. But there are plenty
Correct.
of spaces where you can pull
So-
over and park the vehicle.
Yes,
Safely.
sure. That's very true. Do police vehicles ever have weapons, evidence, drugs, paraphernalia, anything that could hurt or harm somebody inside?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be wise to leave one randomly open on the side of a highway for safety reasons.
Is that a question for me? Or
Yes,
you
I'm asking. Is it safe to leave? Is it safe to leave an unlocked vehicle with weapons and other dangerous goods in it on a highway unlocked?
No.
So, you would think it would be reasonably safe to deliver it to a police station.
Yes.
Interesting. And you did understand, like you said, just to reaffirm the defense of yourself and others, even to the extent that you can use a weapon to defend yourself.
Repeat the question one more time.
You said you understood that the citizens of Los Santos, in the legislations, that we are able to defend ourselves and the people around us to the extent that we could use a weapon if necessary. Equal force, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting that you totally agree with everything. I'm very confused. So, what is your PC on joyriding?
I think there are many things, many steps that you could have taken.
Just the PC for joyriding is what I'm asking.
You did not have permission to drive and operate that vehicle at all. And there are many steps that you could have gone, but you did not go through.
And who didn't give me permission to drive the vehicle? Who's the owner again?
The owner is Jimmy Avola. He's a police officer. He parked the vehicle in a
that's
shared...
plenty. That's plenty. And did you ask him for permission to drive his vehicle that day?
As a member of High Command, I am able to operate the vehicles and the shared motor pool for police reasons.
Right. So you're saying that the law doesn't apply to you in this area, the penal code?
Not necessarily. It's a police cruiser. He parked it in the shared parking pool.
Do standard operating procedures override law?
No.
So you are not above the law, is what you're saying, Sheriff?
I'm not saying that I am above the law.
So you could say, based on the penal code, irrelevant to your SOPs, that you were joyriding that day.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Considering he's a police officer and he's the sheriff, I believe asking him about legal conclusions is very well in the scope, considering we're talking about legislation.
Are you asking a question?
I'm asking it's my rebuttal. I can't hear that is all. I don't know if the judge is yelling.
Yeah, sorry. I can keep having these damn head bumps, and my
Yeah,
apologies.
I got the same.
Yes, I think it's the fifth one. Anyway, what I say with that is I'm going to overrule the objection there. And I want you to ask a different question, because you are, at that point, asking him, essentially, if that is the case, to incriminate himself.
Didn't he your rebuttal?
I'm asking him to ask a different question.
So I can't ask somebody to incriminate themselves, is what you're saying in a courtroom?
Remember, if they don't want to incriminate themselves, they can plead the fifth.
Yes, I know that they can.
So why are you giving them the out?
Okay, listen, I'll rephrase the question. If somebody doesn't have permission to drive a vehicle, and they do, that is joyriding, correct?
Yes.
And just to reiterate the last thing I said, you did not ask for permission to drive the vehicle that day, correct?
I am going to object on relevance.
He's restating what he already asked. Frankly,
Yeah,
let's
well,
move
okay,
on.
objection
It's
asked
not
and
the
answered
relevance.
then.
There you go. Keep going.
There you go.
Okay, so that was a yes, just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we at? Yes, okay, so what did you say the PC was again? I was going to build on that, but I got interrupted, so I
Objection,
can't
Your Honor, asked
quite
and
recall.
answered. If he can't recall, that's on him.
Well, it's on you
frankly,
because you
I
don't shut the fuck
also-
up, honestly.
Hold on. It's
Okay.
also for the
What
fact.
the-
Stop
Go
now.
on, right.
Let's
We don't
hold
need
on.
to do
hold
that.
on.
I thought we could swear today. I heard the judge say it 3 times.
Oh, I'm fine with swearing.
Listen.
I don't care, but give her a chance.
I
Oh, my
also
bad.
Unfortunately, had
Your
a
Honor,
nice
sorry.
little.
Sorry, quiet.
I also had a nice little head pop, so I didn't hear
Yeah,
anything else afterwards.
I
Oh,
have
that's
it.
fine. Okay.
It was asked before. The PC for the arrest was asked already, so that is going to be sustained.
Yeah, I believe 2 of you might have not been here for that. That's fine though.
Yeah, I got it.
Yes, I wasn't. All right.
Okay. Let me just double check. Okay, just let me look at my notes right quick. Do you understand your jurisdictions?
Yes.
Could you explain your jurisdiction?
I can operate in anywhere in the state of San Andreas.
You can operate? You mean enforce law anywhere in the state of San Andreas?
Yep.
And what are the borders to San Andreas?
I'm not exactly sure of the exact borders, but I'd consider most of this island.
So you don't know where the borders are of your jurisdiction?
Exact borders. I don't.
Your Honor, can I just can I ask that you instruct the witness to wait 3 seconds for objections rather than answering right away, since we did do that for opposing party during
I
direct?
thought already. Yeah, I was about to say. I thought he already
I
did
think
that.
I just think he needs to be readdressed.
Stop jumping the gun there, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
I'm confused again. You said you don't know where the lines of your jurisdiction is.
I said I didn't know the exact line, but I'd assume it's the entire island.
So you're making an assumption of the law.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstatement of testimony.
I believe he just said he assumed.
Misstatement of testimony.
What was misstated?
It's doing petty semantic bullshit. I trust that the judges are aware of how to do their jobs.
It's not semantic. It's very well
take
building
my,
the
I'll take
foundations
my
of his
2 cents or
lack of
whatever it is
knowledge
that I
of
get
the
for
own
that.
law in which he enforces, just like you.
Okay, let's clear it up again, because I thought I had cleared this up already. I'm allowing objection, 1 rebuttal on one side, 1 rebuttal on the other. I'm not asking for all the side talking. I'm not asking for Robin
Yes, Your Honor.
to chip in. I'm asking for, when you are allowed to give a rebuttal, you are to give a rebuttal. Then you are allowed to give a counter rebuttal, and then we deliberate on it. I don't want to hear the semantical arguments. I don't want to hear the talking. I want to hear rebuttal, we deliberate. Cool? I'm only saying that once more time, or I'm
Yes,
going to
Your
start throwing
Honor.
contents.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can we get those rebuttals to be stated again without everybody's voices? The objection was for misstatement of testimony.
Correct.
We just
Can I
asked
get a
which
rebuttal on
part
the defense
was
side?
misstated exactly.
Can you give them a clarify?
He said he wasn't sure of the exact ones, and then he made it into an absolute. Being unsure and then forcing things into an absolute and saying that he doesn't know at all versus unsure of the exact borders but could guesstimate are not the same thing. It is a mischaracterization of the testimony that was given.
It is not true.
Rebuttal,
I
Your
said you assume where the borders are. So it's an assumption of the
Assume-
law, which
Well, then
means it's exactly what he said. Yes, you're right.
Then I'm going to object on speculation that he's asking for assumptions.
Okay.
He answered with an assumption, so I'm clarifying it.
That is all I need to hear. Let's deliberate.
You know, Bones didn't say he didn't know where they are. He did say, I assume that's where they are.
The question that's being asked is about the specific. He said he doesn't know what the lines of jurisdiction are. This is like a do not recall for me, honestly.
I agree.
We got a guy, okay, that didn't have permission or know if I had permission.
Can't say the exact square footage of the island or anything like that. That doesn't mean that he can't, work over it. Yeah, I agree.
Does that police officer have a badge on her uniform?
Hey, you guys are
One that just
here.
walked out.
Expecting anyone to outline any damn border.
She had a police vest on, so I assume.
Does it mean anything in the overall deliberation?
possible logos be one that identify the work as a member?
All right, panel's deliberated. We reached the following decision. While we do understand what Mr. Bones said, he specifically said verbatim, actually, was that he was not aware of the exact linings of the jurisdiction. However, we find it to be treated similar, as I do not recall. He merely stated that he is unaware or doesn't actually have the full definition behind a line of jurisdiction. So that sort of creates an area of which he is not being qualified to answer a question that he otherwise would have known. We find it to be whatever.
So just to
that
confirm, he's
misstatement of
not
testimony is
qualified to answer his jurisdiction, is what you're saying.
He's his opinion
he's
on
not
the
a map
jurisdiction.
profession.
He's not a map professional.
Oh no,
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
a law
cop.
enforcement officer that has a jurisdiction to fill. You're right, and
he stated that when he stated the state of San Andreas in the earlier question, which is why we're getting at the point where we're finding that this whole which island of this, which specific subset of island or whatever, everything that's in the state of San Andreas is under the jurisdiction that has already been testified to. That is a well-known fact by the courts here today. So
Your Honor,
that's
can
going to
the
be
courts
sustained.
define the state of San Andreas, please, for the record?
Anything on this damn island, for all I care.
Yes.
Literally
for
anything,
all
anything
you
here.
care, or is this like based
Yeah,
on
for anything
legislation?
that I
I'm
care,
confused.
because I'm the one that's ruling on this case.
Well, you're not
Right,
the only
right,
one, Your
right.
Honor.
But you are not the legislation or the Constitution, correct? So
That
I'm
I am not.
confused.
But I am to have an opinion on the law.
Correct. Of course, and that's why
Your
we're
Honor,
trying
we're
to build the
asking for the facts,
foundation
not
of the
an opinion.
jurisdiction.
Call a map maker. Sustained.
So I can't. I'm
Move on to the next
confused.
question, please.
Wait, so I just can't. Which one is this? I'm just trying to understand which question's being written off here. He doesn't know the boundaries. The assumption there.
Yes.
He doesn't know the boundaries, right?
Yes, the question. Yeah, that question about the lines of jurisdiction, which is sustained, or I'm
The
sorry,
the
which had
second
the
question,
rejection,
correct?
That was sustained by Siobhan. Yes.
Okay, just let me just read over my papers. It's been a long 8 questions I've asked so far, or whatever it is. Let me have a look. I don't know if I need to bring up the dress regulations. Oh, here we go. Okay, so passing through to the Sandy Shores incident. How many turnoffs from that highway, if you were driving, would you need to take to park at Sandy Shores safely?
Depends where you exit, enter. I mean, there's different
If
routes
you
that
were
you could take.
driving up the highway that was on the off ramp that we.
Are you taking Route 68? Are you taking East
No.
Joshua Road?
Your
There's many different things.
Your vehicle was traveling east, like you said, and it went onto Los
Mhm.
Santos Freeway. If you were to go up Los Santos Freeway,
No, it did not. I don't know where the vehicle was last. Last I recall, my vehicle was on Elgin Ave on the off ramp, or on the off ramp of Del Perro.
Your Honor,
Correct.
this statement of testimony called it an on-ramp before.
he just said it was that. But
He's whatever we were arguing, like whatever on off ramp.
So it wasn't on Elgin. It was on the Del Perro off ramp that goes onto Los Santos Freeway.
Near Elgin, yes.
Yes, so it wasn't on Elgin. It was on a freeway. And if you're to go north on Los Santos Freeway, how many turns do you need to take to get to the sheriff's office where your vehicle? Well, sorry, not your vehicle was.
Let me look at the map. From Los Santos, you would need to take Route 68, and then make a right to Panorama Drive, and then make a right on Alhambra Drive.
Do you know how to count? Could you explain how many corners that would be?
3.
So from where the vehicle was, just to reaffirm, driving on the highway, it would be 3 turns in its entirety to get to where the vehicle was stopped, and you came to grab it.
Yeah. Yes, 3 direct turns. Yep.
Okay.
That is possible. I don't know what route you took or anything like that.
And when did you speak to the owner of the vehicle?
I didn't. It was parked in the shared garage, which I
Oh.
am allowed to use those vehicles that are parked in the shared garage when I'm on duty.
So how did you ask the owner if I had or didn't have permission?
You are not a police officer. You don't have permission to use shared vehicles and parked in the shared
I didn't
garage.
ask that question, sir. I'm asking,
Well,
when
that's my
did you ask the owner if I had permission to drive the vehicle?
I don't need to ask the owner if you have
Objection,
permission to drive a.
non-responsive.
I'm just wondering why you can't answer the question, sir.
Rebuttal.
Are you avoiding evidence or something? I'm confused. What's happening?
I'm waiting for the rebuttal.
Prosecution, do you have anything to add?
What are we rebuttaling? Did I miss something? Oh, prosecution, never mind.
The objection
My bad, yeah.
was non-responsive, and I'm asking if the prosecution has anything to test if he's being non-responsive or not.
One second, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you guys need a few more days on the case?
No, we're actually we wanna add an additional objection that's been asked and answered.
Pardon?
Okay, so what? So you're objecting to the question?
Yeah, we're actually objecting to the question at this point that it's asked
Okay.
and answered.
That's going to be sustained.
Cool.
The non-responsive,
you.
just get Mr. Bones. Don't make me have to find you in contempt. I understand you have a way of thinking, but you need to answer the question as it's presented to you. Okay.
Will do.
Okay. If the PC for this charge is to confirm that somebody doesn't have permission to drive the vehicle from the owner, how did you come to that conclusion?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying.
Rebuttal, he's not.
Oh, that's where we are.
All right. I'll allow rebuttal from the prosecution. You just said objection no.
I'm sorry. Do I have to respond to a nuh-uh rebuttal?
Yes, that's.
Don't have to.
That's fair.
That's fair. Yeah, come. Yeah, give.
You really leave me a lot to work with. That's all.
That it did not.
No.
Is
In
this
the rebuttal,
semantics
the prosecution
again?
should be able to articulate why Mr. Soze is testifying here. Oh, sorry.
No, I can determine whether or not a council member is testifying or not. I'm reading through the.
Man, I wish we could fucking role play, dude.
In fact, do you want to just repeat that question, state it verbatim?
I had asked if the PC to a joyriding charge is based on asking permission from the owner. I asked, how did you confirm? Is that what I said? I can't remember, honestly.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
How did you arrive at that conclusion to have PC correct?
No, I think it's a fair question that's being stated. I'll just overrule it. Overruled.
My answer is because it's a police vehicle. You are not allowed to drive a police vehicle. You don't have permission to do that.
From the owner, correct?
Yes.
Where does it where does it state I do not have that permission?
It states it nowhere. I don't think it's written anywhere, but you
Okay,
were
thank you.
not allowed to drive a police
Oh,
vehicle.
because Mr. Bones says okay. All right. Let me have a look here. Can you explain the charge of a Class 2 firearm?
Yes, a fully automatic weapon.
Yeah, the rest of it?
I'm going to get the exact definition.
It would be without a license.
Without a license, yep.
Mm-hmm. Do I have a gun license? Sorry, a weapon license.
Yes, you do.
Could you explain why I would be charged with a Class 2 firearm if I have a license? And it says, if I have a license, it is fine.
I believe that the firearm license that you have is only for Class 1 firearms.
You believe? Is that written anywhere? I look at the charge, and it's written the exact same way as Class 1, without a license. You can confirm that if you wish. Is that correct?
Back in here with that mask on. You need to remove it.
Repeat your question.
Does the Class 1 law state the same without a license?
Without a proper license, yes.
Okay. That's fine. So it says the same thing.
Yeah, it's a little different in the sense that it says proper license, but that's about the only different.
Well, I'd want to hope we have a proper license for our weapons. Otherwise, that would be forgery. Let me have a look. Okay. In the Los Santos Constitution and legislation, is it true that we as the people run the government and city and the local government and city?
I'm not sure.
Do you know what a democracy is?
Yes.
Could you explain your understanding of it?
As a group of people that vote.
On
like my basic
yes,
different laws, legislation, stuff like that.
Yes. And do you know if we are classed as a democracy?
Yes, we are.
What is an overseer?
Can you give me context of?
Koil Soze is an overseer of Los Santos. Can you explain what an overseer is?
I think it has many different meanings, kind of different meanings based on what is actually happening. Like you can have an overseer on like any job that you have, which is they kind of operate as like a supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
That's my definition of it. Or
so, is there a legal authority of an overseer anywhere in the constitutional legislation that you know in the federal government or in the local government?
I'm not sure.
Please,
why
let's
would
not
you
go back to senators?
Why would you push charges if you're not sure?
Disagreed. Bring back the Senate, please.
Hell no.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Why would you push charges for treason if you're not sure what an overseer is?
I got clarification from a prosecutor. I brought them up and they were like, yeah, you have PC for this. So I clarified with the legal experts before I did anything.
Were those documents submitted to both attorneys present in the case?
In terms of what? I basically gave testimony, same testimony that's in my report. About that.
Right. The legislation states that any PC or whatever that is used to hold somebody or put them in jail is required to be submitted for both attorneys. It was that specific PC that you said.
It was put in via my report.
Who did you say told you it was PC?
I asked Uriel, the prosecutor.
So, the prosecutor told you that saying, well, could you explain what they said in PC, because we didn't get the court documents in which we were meant to get. So could you explain that? Which part he said that implied it was PC?
Pardon the interruption, but Mr. Soze, it is available in the third section of your public MDT if you would like to refer.
Can I look at the MDT here?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. It's in the report. What was the number, did you say? Or do I have to...
Just look under shared reports, and it's the only report.
Oh, I see. Perfect. Wow, that's handy. Where did you say it was? Sorry.
The PC.
Yes, where you said, yeah, whatever PC you had for treason. Whereabouts was this? Sorry.
You can read my statement. I also explained to him basically what happened there. He saw the evidence that is in the report as well with the writing on there.
Right, I'm just trying to ask which part of this is the PC to imply treason, because that is the charges in which you're applying to me.
The statement of evidence? Mr. Whitlock is not referenced in this report at all.
Well, listen, could you explain the PC for you to push...
There's an objection. Hold on.
Sure, sorry, my bad.
Prosecution. So the objection is that Uriel is not mentioned in this report.
Yes, Mr. Bones is saying that he consulted with Mr. Whitlock, and the consultation is evidence in the report, but Mr. Whitlock is not mentioned in the report at all.
Yes, the content of the PC.
Prosecution, do you have anything to say? Like, period.
I mean, I was brought on as in an advisor before regarding the PC, and that PC was articulated then later by Ms. Siobhan Thoroughbred.
Oh, the one that is no longer a witness to the evidence in the trial. The entire base of PC is no longer here. Is that what you're saying to me, sir?
She is an officer and a prosecutor on the case.
Right, but you need PC to file charges, and where is the PC?
All right, breaking off from this. Listen, we already came into this court with an understanding of how the PC was established and verified by Miss Gatsby over there. So hi, Gatsby. Gatsby, we've already made this PC known to the court. I don't think we need to argue about the semantics of it anymore.
You have never made the PC initially known to me at any point in time. I do not know the PC in which I was placed under arrest for treason.
That can be up to question. However,
no,
as it relates
there was
to
no
how
document served based on the Constitution. You are meant to serve any documents that is applied to both parties in your own writings in a fair manner, which says specifically any documents that are pushed towards the docket that show PC or anything like that, any request needs to be shared with both parties. I never got the PC request. I don't know my reasoning for being locked and detained in treason. And the man that I am...
From my understanding, you were let out.
And the man that I am asking in front of me who is crucifying me can't answer it either.
All right. I'll go ahead and deliberate upon this when we get to that point. However, it is to my understanding that you were let go on a writ of habeas corpus.
You were removed due to that.
It was stated to you. I don't know, at some point, and we'll try to determine at what point.
That has nothing to do with PC. Why was the PC of me being detained initially? Is what I'm asking.
Because that's what's being put into question by the writ of habeas corpus. We'll go ahead and move on, but I do understand your point about we need to be clarifying and have clarification on everything when it comes to a HUD arrest. It is actually a pretty pertinent thing. We'll address that when the times come in deliberation.
So, okay, just to be sure, you don't know what the PC was for me being arrested.
not for the court to determine.
I'm
for
asking
us to
the
rule
I'm
upon.
asking the
So
doofus
can I
here.
ask you a question with this? How long were you held to?
I was held for approximately, I believe, a day and a half. Then the filing was posted, and at that point, the legislation says that I should be released if there is no PC or evidence immediately. It doesn't say I cannot be held. I am not allowed to be held unless the PC and evidence is posted. It was not posted. I was in jail for another, I didn't even know, maybe a day or something like that. I did inform.
He was incarcerated for around 48 hours.
I did inform the lawyer, the prosecutor. In fact, I informed that entire side. And it is stated that if any person has their rights violated in that due process, which that would maybe be indicative of, that a lawyer or anybody involved needs to step forward and request a mistrial, including the judges. So I'm curious as to why any of us are standing here at the moment.
Well, frankly, I did ask you the first question of how long. Now, I do have to ask the question of Mr. Bones. There was anything filed for a 72-hour or excessive of 24-hour hold?
So the PC was given to Gatsby. That was so the 24-hour hold was originally, and then we did some interrogations, gathered more evidence to further support the PC. Submitted the PC to Gatsby, and then informed him of his charges. And then the docket post got put up that night, I believe, the same night that we
Which PC are you talking about at the moment? Didn't you just say you don't know what the PC was? I'm confused.
Hold on, Soze, give me a second. I need to establish something very important here. Did you do interrogation after a 24-hour period?
No, this was within the 24-hour period.
Within the 24 hours. All right. And when did you file for the extension to 72?
Gatsby, would you be able to answer that better than I could? I don't know exact date and time.
1 second. I do make sure everything is filed properly. The HUT was approved June 6, 2024 at 8:05 p.m.
So within the 24 hours.
All right. With the appropriate charges.
Yep. No charges were changed.
There was nothing listed on the docket when they posted the docket. It was all pending. So there was no PC or evidence posted when they made the post, in which would indicate the process has begun. And it says, once that's begun, that I cannot be held unless there is evidence or PC in which neither of me or my attorneys had received. It's also partly the reason I got released, I believe.
Yeah, that's why the writ happened.
That's why I'm not having a stance on this right now.
Give me 1 second. Go ahead. You keep speaking.
Well, I mean, at this point, I don't want to have to tell you the law. This is why it would have been great if the expert had been around to answer these questions that they had written.
Oh, just like the same person that told us what the state lines are. Got it.
Well, I didn't tell you what the state lines were. I asked what they were, sir. A very big difference. Maybe you should listen.
Oh, I understand. I do listen.
Clearly.
Intently.
Just heard Siobhan say we could have pulled her as an expert witness. No, the fuck we couldn't. She's fucking co-counsel. Siobhan, how could we have called you as an expert witness if you were motioning to enter as co-counsel?
At what point in time was your docket posted there, Mr. Soze?
That's when they posted it there. I think it was like 32 hours in or something like that. I don't actually know. I can't remember. I honestly cannot remember.
Your Honor, according to the docket filing, it was Friday at 1:31 Eastern.
So I'm not questioning that, I wasn't okay to be held for 72 hours, but the change happens in the legislation. It says once it is actually posted, and it doesn't have any evidence or PC explained that they must be released until whatever happens next. And it was just never posted until yesterday or whenever they added their evidence. So I believe I was incarcerated for approximately about a year, I guess, without any reason to be held.
Oh, son, they changed that whole year thing.
Oh,
It's a
no.
day now.
Yes.
Oh, it felt like a
You can
year.
thank Max over there.
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Uh-huh.
There's stupid legislation.
All right, I'm going to take this into consideration. I need to actually wordsmith this, not wordsmith it, but look at it in the way that it's written to understand everyone's perspective. This is not going to be done now, but I'll do it in deliberation. If you all want to keep going, I just need to think about this for a bit.
Sure.
I treated that all as a sidebar, by the way. I didn't write notes on that, but yeah, we'll deliberate that.
Okay, so okay, so we went over the PC on the joyride. So, okay, when I stepped out of the vehicle at Sandy Shores, what did I say to you?
I didn't see you step out of the vehicle. You were.
Oh, well, when you
next to the
arrived,
wall.
I apologize.
I don't recall what you exactly said to me.
You don't recall anything of what I said from then on?
From the moment I arrived, I don't remember the first words that you said.
You said I was, I believe, argumentative to authority.
Yeah, you were saying that
when
I
you were
don't have
questioned earlier.
jurisdiction.
So
that I don't have power.
what did I say?
You basically were saying verbatim. I would say you definitely said that I don't have power in Sandy, and that I don't have jurisdiction, and I only have power in Los Santos.
Okay. And can you specifically say that? Did I ask you questions?
You did ask me questions. In terms of the specifics of those questions, I don't really remember those.
So you can't remember what I was asking and what I was saying.
Verbatim.
So it's very possible that I was asking if you had authority at that point in time.
Yes.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay. And is it going against the state to ask questions about jurisdiction?
No. However, the argumentative stuff was not facing away, stuff like that.
Who asked?
Objection badgering?
Sorry, I've got a stutter.
Of course, we will never judge you for that, sir.
I'll entertain who asked. Just one.
I
Just
as
one,
well.
Siobhan.
Of course.
Okay. So once you called me, was the vehicle immediately given back to you?
Well, whenever I called you, you were all the way up in Sandy, and I was stranded on Elgin Ave.
Where in Sandy was I?
You said that you were at the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. And when you arrived, I was at the sheriff's office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I delivered the vehicle to your sheriff's office. Is that yours? Who works out of that? I'm not sure if that's yours. Or the
I
one
work
up
out of
north
there.
or-
Yes.
Okay. So the vehicle, just to confirm, the vehicle that you hadn't asked for permission for, that I drove to Sandy Shores, was delivered directly to your property.
It was taken to the sheriff's office, or that's where it
Yes.
ended up.
Oh, yeah, I
Delivered
apologize. It's not your property.
Is
Your
different wordage.
Yes, your sheriff's office, I should say. The sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office. Yeah.
Yes, my bad. Okay. Do you know if the state prison or the jail? What is it? What is is it a prison or a jail next to Sandy Shores?
Objection relevance.
There is writing on the wall indicative of one of those, and I'm asking because two things are completely different, and we need to verify what was said.
Please, please, the panel knows that Bolingbroke Penitentiary is Bolingbroke Penitentiary. We don't need to get into the semantics of it. We know that it's a facility for holding.
Correct.
So we don't need to get into semantics. Sustain. Let's not get into the semantics of whether or not Bolingbroke is a jail or a pen. Calm down.
A jail or a prison is very relevant because a jail is a much smaller area, and I don't believe we actually have one that's open here, sir.
That's okay. I sustain the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So so we can't talk about a jail and a prison? Is that what you're saying?
Please proceed with the next question.
Okay, sure. Does it say jail or prison on the wall in which I apparently wrote?
I'll have to read it. It says jail.
Correct. I saw that as well, actually. And where do you process people? Where's the jail or prison or whatever in this city or county, whatever you label it as?
Processing happens at police stations.
Correct. And where do they go once they're incarcerated?
To prison.
The prison?
To Bolingbroke.
Oh.
I'll correct what I said. To Bolingbroke Penitentiary.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we
thank
get
you for
into
that.
no worries.
So, have we asked you what your... No, well, we did ask you the PC for treason. We've already asked and answered that, and you didn't know it. Okay, so what other charges did I have here? Do you believe... Oh, actually. Who shot who first inside the public space of the sheriff's department?
I'm going to object on relevance again, Your Honors. As
It
Sheriff
would
Bones
indicate
is not,
aggression.
I'm not done finished. Please don't interrupt my
Sorry,
beginning, my
sorry.
sentence beginning of yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know who does that.
I lost my train of thought. Well, I'm keeping my objection as it is.
Okay, I don't need to hear much more than that. Objection,
you.
rebuttal on the defense side.
I have no idea why I would need to rebuttal that, considering it's obviously a part of the case.
Rebuttal, prosecution.
He didn't really leave me much work to work with, Your Honor. I don't have the response to his rebuttal.
I'll overrule it. Answer the question.
I shot you first. The first bullet was fired from my gun.
And based on the constitutional legislation, when is it allowed that you can shoot somebody fleeing?
You pointed your gun at me. That's when I shot.
When are you allowed to use lethal force on somebody fleeing?
If they pose a threat, an active threat.
Did you tackle me through the door and say, if you keep running, I will shoot you?
I'm not sure what I said in that exact situation.
You can't remember?
I don't remember, no.
You didn't write any of that in your statement either for your memory?
And look at my statement.
Arrest that fucking hooligan.
Okay, Carmine's going to jail for assault and battery.
On my statement, and the only thing that is in my statement is me yelling at you to put the gun down over and over until you pointed the weapon at me, or at Bones, which is me. And at that point, I opened fire on you.
Okay. So you don't recall ever saying you were going to shoot me before shooting me?
I believe the verbiage I used was, if you don't put that gun down, you're going to get shot.
Okay. And what other lives were in danger in that situation?
The police officers that were with me.
I meant other lives, not including the police. Civilians or other people.
There was no civilians, I guess, in the exact crossfire inside the department, but I mean, just locals around Sandy Shores could have been at risk if you opened fire on the outside.
Was I on the outside?
You were inside.
And were the doors locked? Could I leave from the backside?
You could not leave from the backside. The front door was open, though.
Did I retreat and fall back into the sheriff's office?
Yes, you did.
So, is it in your profession? Is it aggressive generally that somebody would fall back from you?
I mean, it could be seen as tactical. I mean, it's not necessarily just a blanket. They're trying to de-escalate. No, you were retreating back to get a better position, and then realized that you couldn't really go anywhere else and point your gun.
Oh, that is what happened now? You're saying that's what happened?
That you ran back, you went all the way up to the door was not open, and you pointed your gun.
So you chased me into the corner with your weapons out, is what you're saying?
Yes.
So you...
Giving you multiple warnings to put your gun down or you're going to get shot, and you did not, and then eventually you pointed it.
So you did say that. You said put the gun away or you're going to get shot.
I've already said that, yeah. I stated that earlier in the question.
And what was the weapon?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
He hasn't answered what weapon it was, I believe.
Oh,
I've
I'm
said
sure you all
that.
have a transcript. I'll defer to your judgment.
I just don't remember asking. We haven't talked about weapons for a while.
We've had about 50 questions. Hold on. Give me a second.
I don't mind answering it. I really don't. To save time, it was an
Damn
M4.
objection. What weapon was it? Done.
Yeah, it was an
All right, easy,
M4.
Go.
I don't think that we're wasting time.
Correct.
And how big is an M4, just for the people that don't
Pretty
know what
fucking
guns?
big.
Okay, and where exactly did you expect me to put away the weapon?
On the ground. Drop it.
Well, you said correct. You didn't say that. You said put away the weapon or I'm going to shoot you. Correct? You just said that under oath.
There's multiple ways that you could.
Right. Did you not just say under oath that you told me to put away the weapon?
Yes. You can put away the weapon.
See a place, box, gun rack, or something where I could put away the weapon?
The ground. You could put anywhere. You could drop it.
Okay. Did you ask that?
I mean, yeah. Put away the gun, or you're gonna get shot. Is pretty simple.
Okay. And once you said you went around the corner, were you the first to shoot, or other officers?
I was the first to shoot.
Okay. And did the other officers shoot as well?
Yep.
Were they under your command?
Yep.
And what was the command given?
Whenever it was an exact open fire on this guy, whenever I shot, they also shot in at the same time.
Okay. And is it, a general thing to de-escalate situations when there's a threat or what you perceive as a threat?
Yeah, and I attempted that.
By doing
Saying,
what?
put the gun away, put the gun down. Also trying to put you in handcuffs using less lethal force.
Sure. And did I? Well, sure.
Hand to
Did
hand.
Did I ask you to explain why I was being told to surrender?
Repeat the question. You said a lot.
Did I ask you reasonably why you were trying to detain or arrest or force me into handcuffs?
Yes, and I was talking about joyriding, and then eventually you retreated.
Right.
To the inside and pulled a gun, and
and could you explain then why I'd be
I
charged
explained
with
the
joyriding?
charge. You asked me to read the charge, and I explained that, and then eventually I would try to put you in handcuffs or get you to face away, and you did not comply with that. You also stated that if I tased you or did anything like that, you would defend yourself over and over.
So so you are remembering what I said now? What can you be more specific on what I said?
I just said what you said.
Just that I wanted to defend myself.
Well, you said if you tased me, that would be assault, and you would defend yourself. That is verbatim.
Okay. What are the other charges we had? Let me have a look. So we talked about the PC as well for the state charges, the Class 2 and the joyriding, and what other charges were there? Do you remember, Mr. Bones?
Attempted murder, resisting.
And I was resisting, which arrest was that? I assume from joyriding, you would imply.
Yes, that was the original reason, yep.
Okay.
And then you eventually from there you went into the sheriff's office, and I went in, you had a Class 2 out. I
Yes, I
tackled
know.
You, tried to go for
We've-
cuffs,
we've
you resisted
said-
those cuffs.
Yes,
There's multiple
we-
ways that you resisted. I'm explaining. You asked how did I resist,
Yes, I
right?
fell back
So I'm just
multiple
going through all
times.
that.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alrighty. So is it in your true belief that I am guilty of all charges?
I believe so, yes.
And can you explain PC for any of them?
Yeah, joyriding, you were not allowed to.
We've
drive
already
a-
asked and answered that one. Any of the other ones?
You just asked me that question.
Correct,
and-
but
and I-
that's
I-
already
I went
asked and
over-
answered, so you can go on to the next one. We don't need to hear
Alright,
it
do
again.
you not want me to answer your question?
Well, any of the other ones,
You-
sure.
I answered one of them.
Correct,
Resisting,
and
okay?
I have...
you ran away from us. You also broke handcuffs.
Okay, so I resisted arrest. What about the other ones? Keep going.
Well, you just asked for one, right?
I know. I asked for. Could you give the PC for all the charges? Is what I'm asking. You said that I am guilty of all charges. You thought I was guilty, and I'm asking how you would come to that conclusion. That's what I'm saying. But we've already heard the joyriding one and your logic behind that. I was asking for the other ones, so to speak.
Okay. The treason. You called Bobby Charles up there. Basically, put up all this crazy legislation that you were I guess the overseer of everything. You told Bobby that we have no power or jurisdiction up here, and then kind of got other people to incite a rebellion against what we have done, and upholding the law up in the entire state. From there, you walked into
I'm
the
asking
sheriff's
for the
office.
PC.
I'm not done talking. Do you want,
yes, right, but you're not
well,
talking
I'm
about what the
explaining
PC
that. I'm
would
explaining. That is exactly what.
Well,
do
no,
you
you're
know what the treason
saying
charge is?
no. So you're saying I did things without explaining the PC. What would make that probable?
This is what you did to make this. This is the actions that you committed.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I just thought you might mention the state or something. That's fine. Go ahead.
Did I not just say that, or are you not?
No,
listening
just
to me?
keep going. Fine. Go ahead.
Well, I got cut off. I lost my train
yeah,
of
I just
thought.
didn't think you were answering the question. But if you think you're answering the question, just go for it. It's okay.
I was busy answering it, but I got cut off, and now I'm a little out of the loop.
We can start over. I'm just asking. I can reiterate. Let's do it in smaller
Please,
batches.
Your Honor, let's not start
It'll
over.
be easier. Can you explain the
like I'm
PC for
interrupting a
the weapon
conversation right
charge?
now.
I didn't write a single thing.
It'll be easy to just
the PC for
separate
the
it.
weapon charge. I believe that, and I could be wrong, but I think it's up to a judge to decide. That the firearms license that is given out by judges is for Class 1 firearms, not M4, a fully automatic weapon.
So you.
Well, some back in the day that was specified every single one of them.
So you wouldn't say it's probable. You didn't know, correct?
That is the reason I pushed the charge. I believe that is the.
Okay, I understand why you pushed the
That's the reason I
charge.
pushed the charge.
I'm trying to understand how you come to the conclusion that you think it is more probable that a man with a weapon license can't carry a weapon than otherwise. I'm just asking why you come to the conclusion that you had a fundamental belief it was probable that had happened.
Just officer experience, and what I've done, how the firearms license that has been given out has been going out throughout the city. I don't think Class 2s are kind of within that.
Okay, so you're just saying you don't know. Okay. And the charge for okay, we did the joyriding. What was the other one? Oh yeah, the resisting. I mean, that's whatever. It's whatever. Oh, actually, I did want to read one part of. I just want to let me just read one more part of the thing for you and ask you a question. 1 second. Oops. Okay, sorry. So the word on the wall, which part would indicate legislation or state that you said?
The title, legislation.
And what did it say though? That was against the state. I mean, state legislation.
Let me pull it up.
That hurt my ears.
Koil Soze is the overseer of the state of San Andreas for life.
Where is that the title? Just to confirm.
Oh, the title is Sandy Shores and Surroundings Legislation 1.0.
Mm-hmm. By the overseer, correct? Is me, Koil Soze.
Mm-hmm. That's what is written.
And what part of that?
And then you also said that no one can make laws in Sandy Shores and its surroundings all the way down to Los Santos city border. Though we do own Polito in the north as well. Thank you, sign me.
Okay. And can
do you want me to keep going through all this?
No, that's fine. We can keep going if you want. Go for it.
Koil Soze can change anything he wants, whatever he wants. Fuck the people and the manipulative failures in which made us fall 5 years ago.
Okay, so I'm insulting the people that made us fail 5 years ago.
No one can change this unless authorized.
Apologies, Your Honor. Can we call a brief recess? My co-counsel has been raptured.
Oh God, not again.
I don't want him to miss stuff. I'm sorry. It is important
yeah,
that we know what's
If
being
it's-
testified to.
All right, we'll allow a 5-minute recess to allow.
Okay, thank you.
We'll come back. We have somehow spent a little under 2 hours with Bones as being the primary witness.
Yeah, just imagine if all the evidence was still here. I got a whole list.
At this point, are we still considering like the other witnesses to be needed?
I mean, depends. Do you like having PC in your charges?
I do.
So if they exonerate and provide a piece of evidence that nobody else can, then yes, damn straight they are.
Yeah.
Just because you're tired, guess what? Who's got the white hair? Go back to Macy's, put that shit back on the rack.
I do like me some Macy's.
Don't care. Didn't ask.
Careful here, Dundee's full. And Bradford would have ran.
Just speak like this anyway. Fuck. Wait, is it that scuff?
Yes.
They hear what I said earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear much of what you guys were saying. If you guys were, I didn't hear shit anyway.
Oh, I was talking shit at the desk. I didn't realize it could hear.
We only just
Oh.
barely heard it. Sense of
Yeah, no,
distance.
I heard a bit of minor shit here and there, but nothing I don't think they would have heard. So, I mean, you think there's some extra points? I'm at a point where I don't
I was thinking
understand
about
how.
asking, like, where is his sheriff's office? He's going to say Sandy Shores. Is that in Los Santos? No.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't got to that point yet. Yeah, I know.
And technically, all of their PC should be stricken since now the witness is now counsel.
You're loud.
No, I'm whispering.
Oh, okay.
Witnesses
I'm not
counsel.
just-
Well, I mean, apparently they
sure.
weren't a witness. She was just a witness to whatever was on the wall. But
No,
the
she
thing
was-
is,
well-
there's no. I don't understand if I do not understand how these people can say they don't understand or don't have the PC or anything, but everybody's just comfortable with the charges being put. I mean, I could understand resisting arrest because I was not going to be detained by a bunch of fucking chimpanzees because they think overseer is some sort of authority when clearly it isn't, and anybody with a fucking brain knows it isn't. So I still don't understand how any of these charges stick, except for resisting and, well, I guess the attempted
You
murder
got
of
him to admit
government
he
employees.
didn't have permission to drive the vehicle.
So, yeah.
No, yeah, and he didn't prove that I didn't have permission, so he could not provably say that. But I mean, it is probable that I
think,
didn't have permission. So
I think on the
Gladly,
on the
someone please
PC
present
thing you
propriety.
mentioned, Judge Bailey
Uriel
said
is
he was going
back
to
on the
deliberate on
train.
it. I know it's not
I'll
not
be
the
there
answer you
shortly.
want, but I think he at least did acknowledge it.
Well, I mean, the thing is with the joyriding is irrelevant because I had explained to Bones that I drove it there because it was parked in the middle of the highway for my safety. That is more of the point. You were allowed to defend yourself logically, and I shouldn't be charged for that. I mean, at the end of the day, listen. Like I said, I will resist arrest and I will shoot a cop if he is a fucking stupid asshole, and he was a fucking stupid asshole. I don't give a fuck if I go to jail for it. The rest of it's a
And
sham.
then- yeah, like they were calling Siobhan as an expert witness in her supposed writing of legislation. And
Yeah.
that's their whole PC behind you is that she was the reason why they are able to arrest you. But now that she's counsel, her whole statement in there technically should be stricken because she cannot, back it up. And if they're going to say, oh, well, she's an officer, she can do that. Technically, she should not still be a sworn officer.
Well,
she's only
yeah.
a sworn officer because her husband has decided to put himself in place as
She
commissioner.
technically shouldn't be in the council either, but I mean, at the closing statements, I will explain all that anyway. I had a lot of information. Her council oath says not to join any other agencies or governments, otherwise you're, essentially failing at the oath. And if you're failing at the oath, then you should be removed from.
You sure
from
you get
council.
impeached or removed?
I'm gonna try and bring it up to Crane because her bar should technically be removed since the deputy mayor's bar was removed. Her bar should be removed and it should not be on an LOA.
Good luck, brother. There's you could tell as soon as I walked in here, they were talking about the state and all this other shit when I hadn't even fucking mentioned a thing about the state.
judges,
like they
right?
knew
Give
I
him
was
a
going to
moment
say
sign in,
something.
Your Honors, and then
It
when
was
he
a
comes
very
back,
strange
we'll
occurrence.
again.
You're talking about the judges?
Yeah, it was almost like they
Oh my
thought I
God.
was going to sit here and talk about the defense of the state and what's the state and what isn't the entire time.
That's the impression that I was losing my mind on from the beginning. It just feels like they predetermined it, and now they're seeing if you're hitting the check boxes, which doesn't allow you to actually present an argument, which they can then deliberate on. It doesn't. I'm losing brain cells.
Currently, with the way the DOJ is set up, it is guilty until proven innocent.
Well, it isn't. I think it's guilty based on whatever these people say to them, I believe. I don't know what sort of fucking due process these guys think it is, but even when I explained there was reason for a mistrial, they all just walked around and looked fucking stupid. So they're going to just change it in a way that fits their narrative, and nothing is going to change. I can already sense it in my penis.
Yeah, we brought up the whole thing about her breaking her oath, and then she said in her smarmy, I know better than you voice. I guess they haven't heard of the PD liaison then. And I was going to respond, but I couldn't bother. But the PD liaison has to be in that position and can. It says, I have no formal allegiance to governments, agencies, or special interest groups which would prevent me from acting in the best interest of the city of Los Santos. He is the representative of the police, so he is acting in the best interest of the police, not in the best interest of the city. That's his position.
There's a
Exactly.
clause in that position that
They are
says,
breaking
it shouldn't
their
be high
oaths.
command.
There's no debate about it.
Yeah.
Also, I overheard her saying that if we wanted to call her as an expert witness, we could have done, but that's literally not possible because she entered herself as counsel and striked herself as a witness in the same motion.
Just out of curiosity, they never gave you the PC, information, right? No letter. or
The
anything?
the supposed PC is in there with Siobhan's statement, but
Well,
technically it
Bones
should be
said
stricken.
Bones said Uriel said it.
Yeah,
it's in the
so
report, it's not there.
from my understanding of it is Uriel pretty much is just
sock puppet.
reiterating everything what she is saying
Oh,
because he is
100%.
quite literally her. Because she wasn't able to put it forward herself, she went through Uriel to do it.
We literally
And-
see it where Uriel made an objection and she went, "No, we withdraw that objection."
I would, after this, subpoena her phone records.
Well, I think
has,
the
like,
time frame of this.
we should
Well, I'm gonna
probably
tell you
look at a
this.
class action type thing for all of them, not some of them, because
Yep.
how it also says is I haven't even brought it up, but there's the MIME Act, and there's the second the citizens that are deemed not good enough. But if you're for the people, and they're a part of the people, I don't understand why their rights would be removed or why they think they would have the right to do that.
You want to keep that up?
Yeah, they also had the. There's a lot of things that they've been doing going against the people of the city. It just nobody has really brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask this doofus over here about it. So
Here he is. He just got back signed in.
Okay.
I asked the question.
Looks like you guys are back up now.
I'm still waiting for some PC. You guys got some PC?
Yeah. Anybody else next in line? for the-
Yo,
right
I don't think
here?
they have them.
All right. All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you so much, Your Honors. Apologies.
Of course. Thank you.
I forgot what we're up to.
We're back in session. Go ahead.
Okay. You good, Bones?
What's up?
You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Who owns Sandy Shores sheriff's office, police
The
department?
building is owned by the state.
So the government owns it.
Yeah.
And who owns? Sorry, what were we going to say?
No, go ahead with what you were going.
And in a democracy, any building that's bought with taxpayer money is owned by who?
I'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm gonna object at this point, Your Honor. I'm gonna object on opinion of a lay witness.
On what? Sorry.
He's a police officer, not a statesman.
Correct, but he
Not a
also said
legislator.
he understood the Constitution at the start, very start of my first question, which opened up the scope to
He hasn't
literally
been
everything.
established as an expert witness on the Constitution. Opinion of a lay person.
No, they get removed because they're scared.
All right. Hold on. Deliberation. We'll deliberate on it.
I mean, I feel like along with the other questions, this is another one where no bones shouldn't be expected to know all this. All right, take it. Go for it.
Soze,
Yes, sir.
as you said before, as part of our conversations that you had, is that, for example, you can just walk in and open up Parsons, right?
You can, yes, if you are the government and you own it.
Yes. Is there anywhere within the city, and please correct me if I've been here a long time, Soze, and I don't think there is. Is there an actual title housing anywhere that I can see this is distinctly owned by the state, and the actual person that purchased on behalf of that state any documentation that supports this says 100% government owned, this is what we paid for, or this establishes every building?
If it's a democracy, yes. If nobody personally owns it, it is owned by the government. That is how a democracy works.
You say it was built by taxpayer money.
It's irrelevant to how it was built because they are in
Well, you said it was
ownership
bought.
because they own the land, correct?
But you said it was bought with taxpayer money.
I said Parsons was bought with taxpayers' money.
No, you
I said it
the
was
actual Sandy
owned
Shores.
by the government.
I'm going back to Sandy Shores at this
Right.
point. You said it was done by taxpayer money.
Well, if that's yes, if it was paid for by tax by the government and they own it, yes, that's where they get paid tax. That's exactly
We
where
do
they
have
get
the
money.
mayor over here. Mr. Mayor, do we have any proof of purchase within the tax whatsoever?
No.
Proof of purchase
Your
is
Honor,
for
he's the mayor of Los
personal
Santos, not Sandy
ownership.
Shores.
You don't need it if it's
But
the
you're saying
government.
for the
It
state
would
there,
fall
Soze.
right, and is the state a part of a government, sir?
Yes, it is.
It's a form of government, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what
You're
are we talking
asking,
about here? Are we in a democracy like it says in the Constitution or not?
So you're asking him basically that we, the people,
Yes.
own every single building that is out there.
Yes, that isn't privately owned. Yes. Inside the jurisdictions that we control. Yes, that's how the governments work. If it's a local government,
Apologies, Your Honor.
they would own the local area. If that's how it's done, the government would own it. Yes. Who else owns it?
I'm confused.
This goes back to the
Is he
same thing.
conflating economic systems with systems of government? I just don't understand, and I wanna understand.
No, you definitely don't understand. You don't even understand your own
All
oath.
right, that's not necessary, Soze. Please.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here's what I'm going to say with this, Jose. I don't want to go back and have this argument of who owns what and what owns what and what the actual, I'm guessing what you're getting to at some point, is rights for the people.
Oh, I forgot what I was getting to. I don't even know what I asked anymore. I was just trying to, try to get this questioning
do me a favor.
done.
Just go ahead and restart it and go.
Well, that's handy. I feel like I was interrupted then. So is there an objection or not? No objection. Are we fine?
Well, go ahead. If you don't have it, then we'll keep going.
Okay. All right. What was I asking? Why, jeez, I didn't even know what I was asking. So oh yes, okay, let's get back to that point. We're at the I forget, but we'll get back to the Sandy Shores. Do you know where Los Santos is?
Yes, it is a part of the state of San Andreas.
A part of the state of San Andreas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where did you say? So you said earlier, correct, that your jurisdiction was the state of San Andreas. Where is that defined?
I'm not sure where it's defined.
Oh, I mean, I'm just asking how you come to that conclusion. That is it because the mayor appointed you and he's from the state or something? I'm just trying to.
I've lived here long enough to know that.
To know what, that you're the state police?
No, that San Andreas is that Los Santos is a part of San Andreas.
Oh, right. So, but before you said you had state authority, correct?
My jurisdiction is the state. Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
The entire
that's why
I have jurisdiction over the island. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So where does it say? Where does it give you that jurisdiction? Do you know how that's implied? Is it the mayor or something?
At this point, because it's not relevant to the criminal charges in hand, and if he wants to make a constitutional argument, he can save it for closing.
Can I rebuke that?
Yes, you can.
I don't understand how somebody could talk about jurisdiction and in their own testimony bring up the scope and then imply that it isn't a part of the proceedings. I'm very, very, very just I don't understand. He has brought it up multiple times himself.
Like that, anything else there?
Me?
No, Soze.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's already been brought up by him, the jurisdiction. So unless
Clarify, Your Honor?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Getting into the particulars of where Mr. Bones' jurisdiction is could be wholly relevant to the case because if it is found he doesn't have jurisdiction, then the whole case falls apart.
I would like to respond to this. If Sheriff Bones doesn't have jurisdiction, I hope this court enjoys overturning and vacating cases in the last 6 months that are outside of city limits.
That's not clarification, that's a comment, and please keep those to yourself.
I said it was a response, not a clarification. Sorry,
I
go ahead.
think it's fair for us as a society that is building our own law and constitution that we as the people are more willing to apply the law and it being correct and understood by the people than it is for somebody to have to overturn something in a courtroom that may have been a mistrial.
I'll allow the question. Keep going.
Okay, so where do you get your jurisdictions from and your understanding of where your jurisdiction is?
I was told and clarified this through Max, who's the mayor.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm the one saying this.
Max
I mean,
is ready to testify.
He's.
So
listen. I'm fine with just answer it. I want to understand where you got.
He's
your
an agent
jurisdiction
of the
from.
state, and he also told me that I have full jurisdiction over the entire island.
Correct. Okay, that's fine. And as an agent of the state that is allowed to create local law, why do you think that local law, which is under a state, would be state law?
Repeat the question one more time.
If he is appointed by the state, that does not mean he is the state, correct?
Well, he has the state's best interest in mind, right?
Right. And if the Constitution says him and the council are here to enforce the Los Santos local law, that would be indicative of that, correct?
I think so, yeah. But I think that he also
Let me ask you
been
this.
at some point.
This might be an easier way of saying it, right? So there's the state of San Andreas. It doesn't matter if it's actually a state; it's just the state of San Andreas, and the state government is an entity that we believe is above us, or right? That's what we understand. Or do you think you're equal with them? I'm trying to clarify what your understanding is, because I personally don't know either. I haven't been here for 5 years, so I'm not entirely sure.
Could you actually just clarify that question? I think that's even confusing to me to understand.
Oh, I think my voice box broke for a second. I was asking, do you believe you have state authority or local authority based on the legislation?
I'm not a part of the state. No, I'm.
Okay. And with Max, do you believe he has state authority or authority from the state to enforce the Constitution and legislation that we create
Objection
locally?
compound.
Rephrase the question.
Is this the whole semantics thing again?
Yes.
We're getting too much into the real questions.
Yes. Just
Yes, I
rephrase
think
it
so.
in a
Okay.
way that. That's,
Is the power authorized from the state to Max, in your understanding?
Yes.
Is the legislation and constitution created for Los Santos localized under the state?
Can you
Objection
define?
confusing.
Well, no. There's a local government,
Repeat the
there's a state
question.
government, and there's a federal government.
repeat the
I'm
question, just repeat it
asking,
again.
are we the local government, we as the people, making these legislations?
Did that clear up the confusion?
The council makes the legislations.
Correct. Based on the authority and the votes in which we as the people ask.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it isn't that Max has the authority of the state. He is appointed authority from the state, correct?
Correct.
So let's clear this up, okay? If I walked to the state government facilities, wherever that may be, and I got a job as a toilet cleaner, I wouldn't just be able to go next door into Bobby Trial's house and start cleaning his toilet, right? I'm localized to that specific area under the authority of that state government or that building, wherever it may be localized. Yes?
Just clarify that. That was you're
Okay.
janitor. Or what the fuck?
So,
what are you doing? Bobby Charles' house?
I'm trying to
Sorry,
do
I've
a
been up here
very,
for like 2 hours, so
I'm trying to,
you know.
Yeah, listen, these questions were gonna get heated. Trust me. Listen, okay. I'm just clarifying. You did say that he has his authority from the state, not authority
He was appointed
to
by the
be the
state.
state. Yes, okay. So he wouldn't be the state. He would be under the state with power from the state.
Yes.
Okay. And is the Constitution based on Los Santos?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. That's fine. When it comes to police and inappropriate attire, is that something you enforce via the penal code?
Objection confusing.
It's a charge in the penal code to wear appropriate attire, $1,000. I'm trying to establish that he does not fairly base his charges on people as a person, considering there's a person right next to us not wearing any badges on the armbands. And it does say in the penal code and legislations that you should wear a badge if it is possible, like you are on your shirt, sir. And I believe there is definitely a shirt that she could be wearing with a badge on it.
I'm gonna object. Relevance.
Is this related to the current case?
Yeah, can we refocus on the charges that's being pressed?
Please focus in.
Sure.
This has gone on long enough.
Sure. It's okay. Can I explain the relevance to you?
I think you already had.
When
When you were talking about her with the badges. So I don't need to hear. Please, let's focus on the charges that you are being pressed.
Okay, so
right now.
I can't question the police officers.
You already explained the relevance.
Okay, sure. Listen, you know what? That's fine. Let me. Can I just talk to my counsel for 1 minute, please?
Yes, you may.
Holy shit! Wait.
We could keep going, to be honest, but like, I don't know what the point's going to be. From everything they say, when you try to build the character of somebody, it's going to be just charged for whatever reason. I guess because he's a sheriff that doesn't understand PC jurisdictions or enforce law in his own people wouldn't imply that he might be, bias in any way whatsoever, or this entire thing could be bias. Do you have any other questions? Because I don't think there's like a point.
I can try and go at the whole how where his jurisdiction comes from. I can try and hammer that home with.
Well, that's what they've said. He said it came from Max himself, and it does say the Los Santos Constitution. So if we don't need to pressure it anymore, we can just say that. At the end of the day, the judges are going to suck their dick and just fucking say the state's the entire thing anyway. It's irrelevant.
Let me just try and wrap it up in a bow, just so it's there.
Sure. Yeah. Either way, the jurisdiction itself isn't relevant. I just believe, like I said, my rights were abused at some point in this case, and there's no doubt about that. Everyone has agreed to that. But those people up there are the ones that are meant to step forward and request a mistrial. And if they don't do it, I believe at the end we should push our own charges against all of them for criminal negligence or some bullshit. Okay.
Let me see if I can think of how to word it. If not, because the point is pretty much there.
But the thing is, if we forget it, it's fine. But everything we've said is, written and understood, so they all know that this has happened.
And if not, we can get it in closing otherwise.
No. We don't want it in closing. I've already said this. We need to let them forget, because if they put me in jail, then we can push the charges.
Oh, no, yeah.
Impeachments, whatnot.
I think you pretty much hit everything that was needed.
Okay, let's just, we'll cut it there and just let it go. Yeah. Wait, you don't have any questions? Right. I don't believe we want to ask any more questions. Just to just to clarify, guys?
Give me a moment. I'm having a little bit of an interesting conversation with my other judges here.
Other cases being dropped. Like, that's actually insane.
You're referring to when she said,
I
like,
mean,
what,
it is
6 months for
insane.
cases?
But they could also just do a law right now that says we are not paying people back based on old mistrials, and then enforce the law after. But thinking about something like that is very difficult for some people. Imagine you got power from the state, right? And you said, I own Los Santos and the laws around it. But you didn't just say, hey, I own all the counties. That's all you had to say in the legislation. Literally all they needed to say.
There's actually a document that lists all the government shit, but I can't see it for some reason. It's on the reports tab.
Yeah, I've got that. Hold on.
The thing is, you guys got to remember that everything about this is, it doesn't matter. Like the charges are irrelevant to the point we're making. The point is, no matter what, there should have been a mistrial, and there wasn't. So everybody is not fulfilling their duty, and they have all been fulfilled in that duty. So, and even worse, these guys, I told that fucking prosecutor over there my rights were violated, and he still went through with the trial without calling for a mistrial. So,
the Uriel guy.
Yeah.
Why is he here? I don't think he actually did anything.
Well,
some questions.
I believe
think he
they
sent her
hire
the
him as
stuff.
a prosecutor, and then somehow she's the prosecutor. We have to get subpoenas on that shit and check their phone records. 'Cause there's some shit going on.
100%. She's the victim as a member of the council, who is also the individual involved in your detainment, arrest, and processing, and subsequently also an expert witness and the prosecutor and the beneficiary.
It is a very good due process while breaking 3 different oaths. Very high quality.
And I'm pretty sure she's really good friends with the judges.
Oh,
from what I've seen.
they are. They started mentioning the state shit without me even fucking saying anything about arguing it until now. So.
Wonder what they're discussing.
I've got no idea. It sort of came out of nowhere, to be honest.
I know. The thing that I got most blanked about is when you were asking him about shit that you would like, the Constitution, and he's not an expert. Well, he fucking swore an oath on the Constitution. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he also mentioned it at the start. Like, he talked about the Constitution, and they okayed it, so the scope was clearly open. I think if we get into touchy subjects that they don't like, for some reason they're gonna push the objections. It's a very good way for them to just disrupt, the thought process.
Or allow an argument. How do you then?
Okay, now
The bit that's confusing to me is, how do you then come up with precedent if you're not able to make unorthodox arguments that may expose problems with the current law?
We can, but I believe, like I said, I think the thing is, we as civilians can push our laws, push charges, so we can actually prosecute the judges. We can technically do that because there is proof if they've done something wrong that they can too be charged, just like the police. But we just need to prosecute and have a judge that wants to work the law. The thing is, I don't think we need to prosecute anybody. What would be a lot easier is if we saw the law, saw that it was shit, and fixed it. Wouldn't that be nice? Instead of having fucking egos and implying that you're a fucking genius as an expert and then just not showing up as the expert.
Yeah, and that cop definitely isn't wearing any badges.
Yeah, apparently that's irrelevant. Doesn't matter if he doesn't enforce law evenly.
Yeah, that judge was like, you've explained the relevance, but you hadn't. He just thought you had, so he just moved on.
Yeah.
Berated my wife like 3 times, and the judges didn't give him contempt of court. Someone threw blood beneath her legs. I'm
What?
reading through once.
Oh.
Why would you say that now?
Audible
The whole system just feels a bit rotten to the core.
They just say something about me.
I heard Slacks say something.
I don't think
Just
it's
heard him say
rotten.
Soze.
I think the attitudes are what's broken. The thing is, we came in here and I wasn't trying to be hostile. They started swearing when I swore. There was backlash. You know, it felt like there was pushback against us immediately based on us wanting to make sure the law, you know, is what it says it should be, and everyone understands it. If we as the people are confused by the law in which they ride, I think it's up to us to do something about it, and I believe that's what we're doing. Win or lose, the point's irrelevant. This is all on paper at this point. Then we can subpoena it, get the information, and see what they say.
Them saying they don't want to hear about semantics, but that's kind of the whole sort of, that's what jurisprudence is, whole semantics.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. The people will end up being what control this place, and we need to remember that.
Yeah, I hope so.
Mr. Chavez.
Yeah.
You've been acting cool?
Do I genuinely? Do I know you?
Wow. Listen, if your memory's that
Can
bad, that's
you
on you.
can you you could act like a normal human being and say, we met here.
Well, I can, but the problem is,
You don't remember.
no. You don't
Okay,
treat
so
people with respect.
when we met.
Okay.
When we
In
met.
front of Mr. PD.
I'm confused. Are you like trying to, you know, say that my lawyer isn't respectful and stick your chest out at him like you're an overwhelming power or right about something here in the courtroom? What are you doing?
Okay,
Slacks?
Mr. Soze, you can sit there and spin that narrative all
Why
you
don't
want.
you back the fuck up,
reality
you
of
spineless
things
prick, and go
is-
sit in the corner, you jellyfish-looking
Slacks,
motherfucker?
Why
I'm
is
dealing with something right now, Mr.
following-
Soze.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
where's,
you-
where's
you-
the
you-
where's the
behind you.
paperwork you were getting for me when I was in jail, pal? Why don't you go
I
sit
did,
in a
actually.
fucking fish tank and swim around like
I
a little
left it
fucking
under
jellyfish
American
there, buddy?
pole or flag. I'm sorry you didn't find it.
Oh, I found the
there.
flag actually, but I didn't see no letters.
There were paperwork beneath
Slacks,
it.
why
We
are
went
some
it's actually
officers not
Lando. Tell me what we
following
did.
The DRIP Act?
We used a Xerox machine to print out all the legislation that you requested. Then we left it and pinned it down with an American flag on the edge of the property.
Okay, listen, maybe you're not a giant asshole then.
See, I mean, I gave you what we requested.
Well, listen,
but
I got the flag, but
Mr.
somebody stole the
Chavez yapping
papers.
something, so that's why I'm right here. That's all it is.
Why? I'm sorry. You approached me and you're offended that I don't recognize who you are.
I'm not offended. I'm just.
You are offended.
I'm
You would
worried
not
about
have
your
approached me
actions.
for some-
Okay, that's all.
Actions what?
I don't know. Just you were saying something.
He was defending us as a people. What do you mean?
Yeah, I am so confused. Yeah.
Just.
Can you use like actual like definitive statements as to like what it
I'm
is
just
that
making
you're-
sure
Yeah,
everybody's okay.
Listen,
That's my job,
Sheriff
right?
Bones is his boss, so it's very, very possible that he has no argumentative side to him that makes any sense at all.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Oh, you believe he
This
has some
has
PC?
nothing to do with my sheriff. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Attempt
Okay.
against him.
I'm just having a conversation.
You're not having a conversation. You came over here and confronted me because your pussy's hurt that I don't know who the fuck you are.
See, this is the problem. Okay, the insults.
No,
they
it's
keep
not
coming.
the problem. You
don't
came
show
here,
respect.
approached me with attitude.
Jesus Christ, is
I
this
didn't.
2 hours coming off my jail
I
sentence?
said, Mr. Chavez, how you been? You don't remember me? And they're like, no, who the
No.
fuck are you?
8 minutes from
Slack, stop being
I-
a queef. Slack, stop being a
Yeah,
queef.
but stop being a
Come
queef.
on. Don't stick your nose in my business.
Yeah, we started at 7 Eastern. Yep.
Anyways, enjoy your conversation. I'm just saying hello.
Please, for the love of God, tell me when we met.
If you don't remember, you don't remember. It's all good.
Hey, Slacks, you might want to go around and start writing citations for the police without badges on. Isn't that a charge or something? $1,000, whatever.
What,
The law.
Yep,
She isn't wearing a badge.
Incorrect uniform. You need to be wearing a badge if you're a police officer under the legislation. Might as well start writing those citations up, you Mr. Fair and Balanced friend.
Yeah, accountability and all that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she went most of it's only 20 minutes.
Go ahead. Why are you laughing like that?
So it's only 20 minutes of a
It's just-
paycheck.
What? What?
Just,
What? What?
sometimes a reality is stranger than fiction. That's all.
I'm gonna say
That's in the legislation. You can have a look.
technically, isn't it also freedom of speech to not be wearing certain things under the persecution
Not by the
of
legislation.
government? Yeah, but it's persecution. In
Yeah,
technicality.
but
If you're a government entity, it doesn't matter.
Twitter either, so who knows?
I mean, the DRIP Act in itself should not be ever have put in place.
It does say possible.
Oh, I do have one more question. I'm about to fuck his day up. I forgot. They don't have the
same as her.
I don't think they had a search warrant. It says in the wait, did I already ask him that? In the law, it says that you need a search warrant no matter what for it to be lawful to get the phone records. So that's two should be stricken. The phone records should be removed. Her statement should be removed, and it's only him. At this point.
Given a receipt. There was only a subpoena submitted for Bobby, not a search warrant.
How many days were you?
Yeah, so
how
you
many
need
days
the
was it
search warrant.
between? How many days was it between your arrest and this trial?
I don't know.
Arrested Friday night, I think.
I think that's going to be
Or
irrelevant
Thursday
either way.
night?
3 days, right?
Well, 3 days
this
is
the speediest
they had-
trial I've ever known.
On the third day, they are supposed to give you a receipt for anything if they actually did go through a warrant.
Well, they put it on the docket, but I don't know if they actually.
There's no warrants. They only showed subpoena. The thing is, the subpoena is not a warrant. A subpoena is what you get from the warrant. The warrant is when you ask the judges for a subpoena and they return the subpoena. But he wrote his own subpoena by the look of it because he said he had authorization from Bobby. But the law doesn't say that. It says it's only lawful if you have a search warrant to get anybody's private property or housing, etc. search. So him going through the phone is not lawful evidence, so it shouldn't be used either way.
According to Tessa Lamb's case, this establishes that subpoenas and search warrants are to be delivered to their subject within 72 hours of service, unless delayed notice is
right. That's what I'm asking.
approved.
Did Bobby receive a receipt within?
It's
He received a
relevant.
search warrant.
It doesn't matter if it's fine that he got a subpoena. He doesn't need to see the search warrant, but they need to put a search warrant in if you look at the legislation. Let me show you.
Right.
And they didn't do that because it was based on what he said.
Article 5 of the Constitution, the word subpoena is never mentioned, only search warrant.
With Tessa Lamb's case, they are also putting in that effect of what I just mentioned.
It
So
says right here,
technically-
these warrants must be submitted to an appointed judge or justice and must bear the signature of a ranking member of the law enforcement command structure. Searches conducted under a search warrant approved by a duly authorized judge or justice shall be considered lawful. So that would not be considered lawful because there is no search warrant.
that should have been provided to you. Yes. That's the
Well,
biggest
no,
thing.
Well,
that's the thing. They
a
didn't give
subpoena
a
was
search
provided.
warrant. That's the thing.
Search
Yeah,
warrant, however,
the subpoena, the warrant goes to the judge, and the judge signs the warrant. Then you can do the subpoena. But because they thought, well, I assume it says that Bobby gave them permission. They thought they didn't need a search warrant, but it says right there for it to be lawful, it needs to have a search warrant. So it just shouldn't be lawful.
They've submitted what looks like a search warrant on the docket, but they've called it a subpoena.
Yeah. So well, I mean, that's their problem, not ours.
God, what is? I'm sorry to say this, but what the fuck is this Slacks?
Well, the thing
Not
is,
Slacks,
if they
assaults.
listened when I was explaining all these things to them, all they would have had to do was take it on the chin and be like, oh, maybe we could fix that up, instead of being salty and trying to give me treason because apparently an overseer is a fucking immortal authority that takes from the state or something like that.
Also,
It's just-
Soze wasn't going
So-
against the state, he was going for it.
So they never gave you the one with the signatures on it. Is that what you're saying?
No. It's like-
There's
okay,
no
it was
warrant.
a subpoena, not a search warrant.
A
It
search
may look
warrant isn't a
similar,
subpoena.
However, they've called it a subpoena.
Yes,
On the docket, look at the People's Deed. That is a subpoena, not a search warrant.
a search warrant goes to the judge. The judge hands you a subpoena. Right? That's what it is. It says you need a search warrant for any search or seizure with evidence for it to be lawful. And that's what we're saying. Where the fuck is the search warrant? There might have been one, but we don't see one.
This is
And
just setting up
again-
more and more for a mistrial. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
There's plenty of reasons for that to have already happened.
I mean, there have been plenty of reasons. I mean, one of them is that you had the reason for the PC technically striking themselves as a witness and now becoming prosecution.
That's
So
not
all
going to
their-
change. They changed the evidence. The judge even said that you couldn't change evidence after the trial had started. And I said, when did the trial start? And he said, oh, when I hit the gavel. And then I said, you hit the gavel, and then you approved the removal of her as evidence. and they were like, so they are not going to enforce their own mistrial failures. But in saying that, like, I don't know if that's a law now, because it's not like it was fucking written down somewhere. I don't know how case law even works at the moment.
There's case law, but none of it's actually been updated. There's case law in the
Max
docket,
needs to
but
be impeached.
the public
Nobody
contact
needs
us,
anything. All we need is role play.
quite-
Stop being
quite dumb.
pussies.
Oh my God, secret laws.
It's a common law precedent. It's a DOJ document made by Lance Moulton.
oh, I have so many comments I want to make about.
Yeah,
oh
I know.
no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Not like Moulton's going to show up.
Is there a picture of the trooper uniform anywhere that we can look up?
I'd like to make it clear here, everybody else here, I will be stepping away actively from this trial, joining you in the audience. They are going to proceed as needed and as necessary.
Wait, what?
All right. With that being said, here's how we're gonna.
Did they just piss him
focus-
off?
We're gonna refocus this case. I've heard a lot of argument. I have taken great note. However, I really want to get back to the consistency of these criminal charges being pressed. The treasonous charge is being pressed. Okay.
Yes.
I have heard the argument and I have taken them into account. And if we do hear more argument, I'm willing to entertain it up to a certain extent. We've already been at almost 3 hours, nearing two. We're at approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes with Mr. Bones as the primary witness. We still have 2 witnesses to go. I'm at this point. I'm going to call out a filibuster if I see it. I'm not entertaining more than the reasonable amount of argument that needs to be made. I have heard a substantial amount of it, and I am absolutely actively taking that into consideration. But let's please try to focus as it is the child that is underhand at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just.
Is that understood?
I understand. I'm just curious in which part this is in relation to. Is it asking about the Constitution part, or is this just a general?
No. And like I said, we've taken great consideration to how the Constitution works and affects this case. But the more so semantical arguments that can pose things, but and we understand where the line is being drawn and where your defense is being made. However, at some point we have to cut it off. At some point we have to find a reasonable ground to stand on with the argument, because we haven't even gone into redirect, which I'm sure there's going to be a lot of redirect questions with the prosecution. So let's try to entertain as much as we can, and I'm going to try to find a stopping point wherever I see fit.
Okay. Okay, sure. I mean, I'll just get back to where I was then. We were close to the end anyway.
All right. Thank you.
Listen, if I repeat something, just tell me. I'll try to just be quick with the last few questions. Was there a search warrant submitted for the evidence of what's his Bobby Trials, the phone and search and viewing of?
Subpoena was submitted, yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking, was there a warrant?
Subpoena
Okay.
for his phone records was submitted.
Your Honor, can the witness answer the question, please?
I'm just asking if a warrant. It's a part of the legal due process inside the Constitution.
All right. The courts are aware that a subpoena is a type of warrant. Thank you.
So a subpoena is a warrant now.
It is a form of warrant that can be pressed. It is not a It's not a factual search warrant. It is a warrant that can be pressed. Yes. Go ahead.
So okay, I'm just to reiterate, a subpoena isn't what you get from the judge. You give it to the judge, and they sign it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will wholeheartedly disagree with that, as they are both very clearly defined as 2 different things. But that's fine.
Yes, I am
We
I'm
will.
more than aware that a search warrant and a subpoena are 2 very different things. I understand. In the practical sense of how a subpoena and a search warrant is being carried out, the courts are very well aware of the difference between the 2.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking. Was there a search warrant signed off by a judge? That's all I'm asking.
And that was being objected to, so I was clarifying. All right.
Wait, so is he answering or?
I'm going to overrule that. Yes, please just answer the question.
Was there? Was there a warrant submitted for the search of the private property?
Yeah, subpoena was submitted. Well, there were not. Yeah, subpoena was sent in, but for his phone records.
Okay, so there was not a warrant submitted,
Not a
is what I'm
search
asking.
warrant.
Okay.
No, not a search warrant.
Thank you. And you are aware for a search and it to be lawful, it needs to have a search warrant signed by a judge.
The subpoena was signed by the judge.
Right, and I'm asking you, the warrant that is filed needs to be signed by the judge for the evidence to be lawful.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, and where is that warrant?
Objection. Relevance and also logical fallacy. You can't argue from the negative.
What the hell do you mean? I'm confused to retort to that. Could you explain yourself?
No. I think the lawyer can do that.
She literally made that shit up.
I will argue that the relevance of the Constitution and how searches of private property are relevant to this case because he used a phone as evidence and it is submitted in this court as evidence and they have referred to it multiple times already as evidence, including Bobby Charles. And if this is done unlawfully, then everything that Bobby Charles has said should also be considered unlawful.
Would you like a response, Your Honors? Okay,
Yes,
I was going to
please.
ask. The phone records provided in evidence were subpoenaed and signed by an active sitting judge.
Okay.
Those records were then provided per the subpoena. Bobby Charles gave his consent for these records to be submitted to court for the specific day.
Now I have a question for you, Siobhan.
Yes.
Could that just not have been answered by the witness?
I thought I did by saying that the
but then it was
subpoena was submitted and a judge signed it.
Okay.
So can we
I objected on
see the
relevance
point?
because it's you know this, I know this. Why does it need to be done?
Anyways, like the
I'm trying to respect what your owners said about expediency.
Yeah, I understand that, and I do get the need, but I think that at this point we can, if it's relevant, but if it's relevance to the fact that we already know it, I feel like we can just entertain the question and not go in a circle.
No problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
I
Appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do we have to answer? Did you answer it then?
Yeah, if you
Bones?
want to ask the question again, yeah. If you want to ask the question.
Oh, ask it again. Okay. Where is the search warrant that makes the
there was no search warrant.
Lawful? Okay.
There was a subpoena.
Okay,
for his phone records.
Okay.
His phone records were given, and that was signed off by a judge. The subpoena was signed off by a judge, and the contents of that were
Okay, so
provided.
just to reiterate the question, there was no search warrant for the phone, is what you're saying. It was a subpoena or something that you got signed. Yes.
Yes, it was a subpoena that was signed, not a search warrant.
And are you aware of the Constitution, which states that for a search to be lawful, even in any circumstance, it doesn't say anything about giving or providing information free of will. For it to be lawful, it needs a search warrant.
I was more thinking that the subpoena was a form of a search warrant for when it comes to phone and bank records.
I mean, a subpoena is a subpoena, a warrant is a warrant. I'm going off base what's in the. It's semantics at that point, I guess. You know, maybe someone should articulate these definitions a little better in the legislation, so we're not confused.
Quick sidebar, Your Honors.
Yeah.
Of course, yes. Siobhan, please jump.
As Soze said, semantics. It was getting close to semantics, but if we had to take what was submitted as Exhibit D, I don't see a judge signature on there anymore. Am I missing it?
That'd be the subpoena with, I believe, from Canada or California, CA. I'm not sure. Maybe Canada.
Subpoena was signed for by Anastasia Gatsby, 6/7/2024, 11:30 p.m.
That's not submitted on the docket, though.
I don't believe that the judge's signature is included in the export. That sounds like a problem for the IT guy.
Yes, I think that's a technical.
I think
Couldn't we have just taken a picture of the MDT then?
No, because we don't do that. We
We don't
export.
do that. export here.
Well, why not when this would serve better evidentiary?
Because the judges know if it was signed or not.
Because we can look and
We
see if
can
it's signed.
confirm. Yes, it was signed.
So we just have to take your word for it?
Do you not believe two judges?
Listen, I think it's fine that we take their word for it. It's totally okay.
Maybe ask why Judge Bailey recused himself?
That would be great to know, actually. They're
That is
busy.
up to him to decide if he wants to express that information.
Okay.
Let's rehone here.
So are we good to just ask this line still and just get it answered?
Yeah, with regards to that subpoena, yes.
Okay. Okay. So you said there's there's nothing. Oh, my bad. Sorry. There's nothing labeled as a search warrant that is in evidence or that you submitted, correct?
Yes, nothing labeled as search warrant.
Okay. And you understand a warrant is generally the process in which you send to the judge to get authorized, and then a subpoena is returned.
I've never done it.
Objection. Misstatement of fact.
Do you have Google? You could check it out for yourself. Is there no is there no clarification on a difference between a subpoena and a warrant? Do you guys are they the same thing here? Is that what you're saying?
No, they listen. I have been a sitting judge for a very while. I've signed search warrants. I've signed subpoenas. I know what a subpoena is. I know what a search.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I'm just trying to clarify that there's the difference, and it does say factually.
Do you know what a search warrant and a subpoena is?
Well, yes, like I just explained, that the warrant is what questions the judge to see if there's reason to do so, and then the subpoena would be what they submit and you give to the person to get the records. So the first.
So we're all on the same page here.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's okay. That makes sense. That's good. I'm just asking, like I said, so there was no search warrant that we got right. It was just a subpoena.
Yeah, is that a question for me or the?
Oh no, I'm just asking. I'm asking him. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, that was.
I mean, I think he answered. He said there was no
subpoena that was submitted.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
no
Well,
search
that's
warrant.
that's fine. Okay. All right, and okay, that's it. I mean, we could keep going, I think. But do you have anything you'd like to ask, Robin? Was there anything you'd like to discuss, or? I'm starting to fall asleep, honestly.
No further questions from the defense at this time.
All right, we're gonna open up to redirect.
Understood. Redirect. Yes.
I'll keep this quick and swift, Your Honors.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Sheriff Bones.
I did ask
do you
them
have
a lot of
jurisdiction in the
times.
state of San Andreas?
Yes.
Does Koil Soze have a
Objection,
Class 2
facts, not
weapons
evidence.
license? Oh
Hold
my.
on. Objection.
He answered the question. My rebuttal is he answered the question
Can
already.
you speak louder? Because Shaman just powered.
Facts, not in evidence.
All right, thank you. Rebuttal.
Opinion of a layperson.
He answered the question already. Vicar.
It was, but like the judge said, you were being a bit loud.
All right, again.
Maybe you should have been louder. I don't know.
Bones.
I mean, I can be if you want me to be.
Christ,
Oh, dear
Bones,
God.
please.
I
Please
will
give it-
wait.
Yes,
I will
give it
wait.
a
I'll
second.
wait.
I know.
I'll wait. I've been up
Thank
here for
you.
fucking 3
No,
hours.
I
know,
understand.
I know.
Thank you. But yes, a quick
Give
reminder.
it a moment for Mr.
Yep,
Mr. Loudness over
problem.
there. All right. Yep. Go ahead.
Does Koil Soze have a Class 2 weapons license?
Objection asked and answered.
Rebuttal.
I can still barely hear him. I think he was whispering again.
He
not
said
sure.
objection asked and answered.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm hard of hearing. I'm 39 years young.
What is your 39 years of rebuttal?
We never asked if he had a Class 2 weapons license under direct. We never asked if Koil Soze had a Class 2 weapons license. We talked about the weapon itself, but not the weapons license.
I had asked.
Yes, we did. We,
Per
Bones
my
specifically
notes,
pointed it out.
Per my notes, I specifically said I see the line here. I think she's asking Class 2 license.
I am. I'm
which
asking if there's a
think
Class
it
2
has
weapons
not been
license, which
asked-
is different. Has
asked.
not been asked.
Does it?
It has not been
exist?
asked because I see in my notes weapons license. Weapons license / gun license was originally asked. Gun license was originally asked. It was followed up with weapons license. It was never mentioned whether or not it was a Class 1 or Class 2. So that's going to be a
Understood.
rule.
All right. So I'm going to ask the question again for Bones' clarity because he's been up here a while. Does Koil Soze have a Class 2 weapons license?
No.
Are Class 2 weapons licenses available?
No.
Can you stand your ground against police officers?
That helps you.
No.
Yeah.
Do we use the state and the Fed interchangeably to mean the same thing as a colloquialism?
Objection leading.
You can say no.
Rebuttal.
It's not inherently leading.
Can you
She's
explain
basically-
more as to why is it not leading?
It's not leading because yes or no questions are not inherently leading. He has the opportunity to say no. He doesn't have to say yes. I'm not giving him the answer.
Rebuttal for the defense.
She's giving him a very clear answer in the question that she's probably hoping he says yes to.
I would actually articulate that I'm asking a very clear question so that there's no confusion regarding what I'm asking.
All right, deliberate quickly.
I'm curious where it says you can't defend yourself versus police officers. Where does it say that?
That's a good point.
Do we base this off new laws, or is these just imaginary laws in the background? These are all opinionated from. I'm so confused. I looked at the legislation and said we were here to create the laws.
This time, please ask the question again.
Do we use the state and the Fed interchangeably to mean the same thing as colloquialism?
You define whatever the fuck it is.
Colloquialism,
and-
just like as a common saying, as a phrase, a turn of phrase. Common lingo used here in this specific geographical region.
I never reference the Fed. I always reference just the state.
All right, that's fine. Perfect. Okay. No further questions. That's it. Thank you, Your Honors. Short, sweet, to the point.
Okay.
All right.
Fuck knows what the point was.
Time.
Thank
Thank you for your input.
I don't have a Class 2 weapons license, but I do have a weapons license.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next.
Was that it? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
pretty much.
I'm happy to say I murdered those cops, and I'll do it again.
Oh, hell yeah.
Papa does to consult the master.
I will happily defend myself and my rights as a fucking goddamn human.
Sorry, give us one moment, Your Honor. There's an active situation. I need to get Declan back here.
Could call Bobby in the meantime. I have no idea what he's going to testify to that Bones couldn't.
I mean, yeah.
All right, Your Honors. The prosecution will call Officer or Senior Deputy Declan Crane to the stand.
All right. You have been sworn in. I'm not going to remind you again. You have been sworn again under the oath. You are free to give
Good, I'm
your
good.
witness testimony at this time pertaining to questions.
Thank you, dude. Do you have anything to drink?
Bones, you're shouting.
Bones, you are shouting.
Would you please state your name and rank for the record?
Declan Crane, Senior Deputy.
Were you on
Sounds thrilled
duty
to
on
be
the
here.
day of June 5th?
What day was that?
It would have been last Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yeah.
As stated in the People's Aid, did you respond to a call for backup in Sandy Shores?
Yeah.
Who made that request for backup?
The sheriff.
Do you recall at what time this was in EST?
Not really. I think it was like probably later in the shift. It wasn't right in the beginning when I got on duty. It was a little bit later. I don't really remember exactly.
That's fine. What was occurring on scene when you arrived?
Bones was standing like, so there's a couple of steps that go into the doors, and Bones was standing like next to the steps, kind of on the what I would call like the street side, right? And he was facing the doors, and there was a guy standing like kind of on top of the steps, like at the doors, and he was holding a big ass gun, like a I don't know, like a machine gun thing, and then Bones was pointing a gun at him and we showed up, and so I pointed my gun at the guy also.
Would you characterize the suspect's behavior as compliant?
I mean, when I got there, I hadn't heard anything yet, so I didn't know what was going on. But as time went on, no, he was not compliant.
Sheriff Bones stated that Koil Soze opened fire on officers. Did you personally witness him shoot his Class 2 at officers that were present?
Yeah, he shot at me multiple times, including other officers behind me and to my left.
Do you know which officers were present for the record?
I had a cadet with me.
I mean, there's in the old 3.0, there's no self-defense versus cops. I don't know if it's in this constitution, though, so I'm confused.
I know there were at least one or two other officers there, but I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look back at my statement.
How many officers were injured by Koil Soze's gunfire?
Multiple. I was still bleeding. I almost went down. I managed to IFAC and then tourniquet the wounds that I had, so I didn't bleed all the way out. But several people, I think one or two people went down. I can't remember if two went down or one, or he shot at like 3 or 4 of us. I can't remember exactly, but it was a good amount of people. The reason why I'm like not 100% sure is because I was like, my view was kind of in the front, so the people that got shot besides me were to my back and my left. Bones would have been to my immediate left, and there were other people behind me and to my left. So I know I saw Loki on the ground, and he had bled out. He was unconscious, but I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look at this statement for the rest. It was at least Bones, Loki, and I 100% for sure.
All right. And was the Class 2 he had the one that is noted in evidence as the People's A as Koil Soze's possessions?
Let me look at the thing.
I don't think it's a way to win. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's treason because I'm not going to jail for anything else. It's only treason that matters. But it's
Koil Soze possessions.
That's the logic behind it.
Yeah, that was the one that was put in evidence. Yep, taken off of him.
All right. And so, still referencing the People's A, did you take the selfie titled "Selfie with Insane Ramblings"?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Did you hear Koil Soze state this rhetoric himself at any point?
No, he was. It was mostly Bones talking. That dude just like didn't listen.
Is your jurisdiction within the entire state?
Yeah.
Now, who is the ultimate authority on jurisdictional grandstanding within departments?
Objection.
Bro, I
Opinion
don't
of a
know what any of
layperson.
that shit means.
Yeah, he pretty much said what I
Okay,
said.
first off, Declan, stop shitting. Stop saying shit. You said
Sorry,
shit
I don't know
3
what any of that
times.
stuff
Stop
means,
fucking
dog.
saying shit, bitch. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the objection? That was
Opinion of a layperson, but his answer said it as well.
yeah. That's gonna be sustained. Please.
All right. Yes.
This guy is 19 years old, man.
Like Togs.
Is the commissioner an agent of the state?
Yeah, he's the one I went to talk to about getting my my Gargura livery for the JDM PD car.
All right. Did you personally witness Koil Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
Wait, say that again?
Did you?
I was thinking about Gargura, sorry.
Did you personally witness Koil Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
Objection calls for conclusion.
Taking acts.
Rebuttal.
Wait, he didn't know he had a gun, not an axe. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Rebuttal. Prosecution.
Oh, what was the objection again? I'm sorry.
Calls for conclusion.
Hmm.
Rebuttal. So you asked for rebuttal, Your Honor. We
just gotta fuck
are
myself.
not calling for a conclusion. We are simply asking his opinion on the events that he witnessed.
Wait, Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up?
That lawyer dude just said he was gonna fuck himself. Can you not do that in front of me? I don't want to watch that.
Oh my god,
Wait,
you're
what lawyer,
real?
dude?
The guy in the black.
I apologize, Your Honor.
If he
Both
does, he
black.
will be charged appropriately.
All right, I don't want to watch that.
That will not happen here.
Nobody wants to watch that, Your Honors. Apologies.
All right, rebuttal defense.
I'll rein him in.
Case so far.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're fine with that as long as it is noted that it is his opinion and not anything else.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Just rephrase it to make sure it's in your opinion.
Wait, what?
That was going to be.
I don't want him to masturbate.
He is not going to fuck himself.
Thank you
I'm
for
not gonna do
He is
clarifying.
getting closer,
Declan.
but it's just only to ask you a question.
Of course.
Oh, all
We'll
right.
hand down contempt if anyone does that for
Don't
some
think
reason.
that's why he's
Don't worry.
hunching over.
All right, what's up? What's up, dude?
In your opinion, did you personally witness Koil Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
No, he had a gun, not an axe.
All right, Declan is being Declan. No further questions to the witness at this time, Your Honor.
I think he's being Declan because he doesn't know no better.
Yeah, he's just Declaning out. You know, he's just really thinking about his like Oshi or something.
You're doing great, Declan.
Well, no, he said he had an axe and he doesn't. He had a weapon. He had a
All
gun.
right, defense.
I'll go. Oh yeah. Hey, pal, how you doing?
Hey, nice cosplay, dude.
Thank you. Did you happen to hear?
You're the Trump guy, right? Nice.
Oh.
Sure. Did you happen to hear anything that Bones was saying? You said when you ran in and started shooting. Did you hear?
Oh
what he
yeah,
was saying?
Bones was like, "Put the gun down," and he said it like 4 other times, different ways, and then you were like, "No," and then he was like, "All right," and then he tackled you and said, "Don't resist," and then you resisted.
Right, but then that would be before you came into the building, correct?
Yeah, we went in the building because you ran away after he said, "Don't resist," and then you resisted.
Yes, and what did he say while I was running away? Do you recall?
He said, "If you don't put the weapon away, you're gonna get shot." That's like we have to tell people that because we're trained to like articulate everything so they know what's gonna happen if they do illegal stuff.
Okay, and you said, well, he put away the weapon or you're going to be shot. Is that what you said? Or stop running or you'll be shot? What did you? It was put away the weapon or you're going to be shot.
It was like something like that. I mean, we kind of just like intermingle a lot of things, right? Because it's kind of all the same gist. It's like you could say put it down, you could say put it away, you could say lower, you could say a lot of stuff, but it's basically just like, you know, stop brandishing the firearm or, you know, you're going to get taken as like a lethal threat and we're going to shoot you.
Okay. And do you have a Class 1 weapon license?
So I don't have a civilian license. I only have my PD license.
Right. Do you have
They're
a
separate.
class?
You got to pay for the civilian one, and I don't want to pay for a fucking M1911. That thing sucks.
Right. Do you have
It
a
doesn't have
class?
a cool flashlight.
Do you have a Class 1 weapon license?
I'm gonna object on scope.
No, I didn't buy one. That's what I just said.
He answered. You got shit on
Declan, can
there.
you wait
on
3
it.
seconds?
Yes.
Stop when I object.
Oh, all right.
You said that you have jurisdiction of the state. Where's the jurisdiction defined, and how is that approved in Los Santos that you're aware of?
Oh, so when we got recruited, basically like they just told us like you patrol everywhere that like, you know, the state.
Oh, okay. They would be your training officers, correct?
Yeah.
So would the sheriff, for instance, be able to train people and teach them things?
I'm objecting on scope.
We just talked about training, like the question just before, and he said it happened in training. So I'm asking if the person that just, you know, was questioned and is the sheriff, you know, would do that.
Then I'm gonna object that it is the improper person, or not opinion of a lay person, but improper witness. Yeah. Objection on proper witness. We had Bones on the stand. He had no opportunity to ask him that question. He denied. That was the best person to answer questions regarding
Okay,
the sheriff.
that's fine. But
Yo,
this,
can everyone talk slower? This is really hard.
you have been through training, correct?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
got
hold on,
trained.
but that okay. So we're sustaining on that.
Yeah, I'm fine to
missing
just
witness.
change the
Yeah.
questions. Honestly, it's
But I didn't get trained by Bones though.
right. And typically, who are the people that do the training? Who is qualified to do that sort of thing?
FTOs.
And is that like a rank or is it just a label? Like, what's how is that defined in your?
Oh, they call it a
understanding?
cert. It's like what old people eat for candy.
Okay.
No, certs. Duh.
And generally, anybody that would be in a commanding rank would have this certificate.
That's a good question. Are there any commands that aren't FTO?
You'd like
I
to
don't
think not.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know if currently there are any that are not FTOs, but I don't think you have to be. Because there's some dudes that are just like cargo fast type guys, and they might be
you mean
command
like,
just because they're like really good in the field, right? But they don't. I don't know.
Right. Okay. And just to confirm, those are the FTOs are the ones that train you and told you your jurisdiction.
Well, some of them, but Academy also, like some of the brass step in, like the chief and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
But Lenny and I also learned from watching Red Room films on the dark web. So my training is kind of everywhere.
Is this pornography? I don't know.
No, it's where they like rip someone's toenails off with pliers. We report it to the FIB. It's for like investigation purposes,
The FIB, okay. And who's the FIB?
Oh, we just send it to fib.gov and hope that it gets through. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. We're kind of just covering our backs. I kind of just like watching.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, if you're into that, you're into that. That's fine. If you like pain and agony, so
it's
be
cool.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And well, I mean, listen, I don't know how to stray from that question, but that's very strange of you. So, did you say you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sure. Listen, I'll just see if the other guy has any questions, but it will do, son.
Yeah, all right, bro.
Other guy, you have any questions?
No, I think Declan's done enough up there for us.
Anything on redirect?
One sec.
So they got their jurisdiction of the command officers, and Bones is the one that says he doesn't know where their jurisdiction is.
I just got one question for you. How many of these Red Room videos have you watched?
I only started watching them when Lenny told me about them. But I would say we probably watched like one after each night. We got kicked out of the maid cafes in Nippon. We got kicked out of hold on, like 60. So I probably watched like 60 or 70 in Nippon. And then we watched some here in the States, but we were too busy like shooting criminals here, so we didn't really need to watch them because it wasn't as entertaining because we just watched like the blood in real life, right?
Right.
So maybe like 20 here or so.
This is disturbing. Even
All
for
right.
me.
Well, yeah, that's no more questions for us, Your Honor. Thank you so much,
Understood.
Declan.
Thank you.
We should get on that state order.
Hey.
All right.
Psychological
Yes,
evaluations.
we should absolutely do that.
Yeah.
Please leave. Please
Declan,
leave,
down.
Declan.
Me?
Yes,
Please,
that's it.
Declan.
You're done.
Oh, all right, cool. Thanks,
Please leave
Rose.
us.
Yeah, the
I'm gonna
cosplay's
wait until
sick,
he
dude.
leaves.
White
Just to make sure.
shoes for a Sandy Shores
I'm
apartment is
scared.
Does he have to be in the courtroom?
Where's the fucking more?
Just okay. We'll keep an eye on him. All right. Prosecution. Last.
I don't know where Bobby
please.
Charles went. Give us a moment.
Trying to locate
Oh,
him.
he escaped. I just saw him 5 minutes ago.
Did see him have a
I think
head
he's just outside the
pop.
door. Let me go see where
I don't know if he came back.
Yo, what are y'all doing? Knock it off. Don't y'all see the government?
Bobby, it's your turn. Get in front.
All right. Prosecution calls Bobby Charles to the stand.
All right, cool. Hey,
I don't know
Bobby,
where
before
Carmine
you
is,
start
just-
talking, how many times did you talk when I told you not to talk?
Not once, and you can't prove it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Because it was like
There's a
thrice.
camera in here. There's a camera right there.
There is.
Okay.
But
Well,
I also
him
don't
saying
want to
not
hear your
once
voice
isn't
more than I
technically a
have to.
lie.
That is true.
won't
I don't
watch
want to
it.
analyze that. You know what? You get
No,
the pass. You
I
have the
don't care.
pass.
That's fine.
All right. Just to remind you, Mr. Charles, Mr. Bobby Charles, you are under oath as you've been sworn in. Prosecution, whenever you're ready.
1 second, Your Honor. right. Bobby, did your bitch ass speak with Koil Soze on the day of June 5th?
Your Honor, I will not be referred to as a bitch ass.
Another motion to refer to him only as a bitch ass.
I would like to make that motion. Yes, I second Gatsby's motion to
Any
refer him
objection
only as
from the
bitch ass.
defense?
I'm not gonna fucking testify at this goddamn court case if you're gonna call me a bitch.
Yeah,
We're not calling him a bitch, Your Honor. We're calling him a
Sounds
bitch
like
ass.
there are no complaints.
Great.
Bitch ass is how.
Oh, I got a
Alright.
call from my auntie, guys. Gotta go. My auntie just called me.
Get back up there, Bobby.
Casserole's ready.
Get back there,
You
Bobby.
ain't gonna
back
call
up
me
there,
a
Bobby.
goddamn bitch.
I swear to God,
Bobby.
get back up.
Your Honor, I
Bobby,
think
please get back
Bobby's,
up
back up
stand.
Your Honor, I think Bobby's invoking his right to remain silent.
Yeah, you know what? I'm invoking my right to remain silent.
That's fair.
Then you cannot testify. All right.
Well,
No,
he solved that
no
problem.
complaints here. All right.
Call
Goodbye,
me
Bobby.
a bitch
Well,
again.
For
I'm on your side, Soze.
Bobby, leave us alone.
You're on my side.
I still wrote down the first question though.
Bobby,
Is that the
Just-
side of morals
you're
and
not needed.
integrity?
The side of goddamn
Right,
democracy
great.
in
Well,
America.
we don't have any
Oh,
more
beautiful.
witnesses, Your Honor, and any highlighting of evidence or testimony we're going to save for closing, which we will provide a copy of to Your Honors, of course, for your review. So at this time, the prosecution rests.
All right.
Thank you.
With that being said, we'll go into the defense.
Is that it?
Testifying?
You've already mentioned that you're not.
Oh,
testifying.
we can just do the closing statement. That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. Do we need time to prepare a closing?
Give us like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Your Honors. We can keep this rolling. I don't know if they need more time, but we need.
I'm ready to speak from the heart at any point.
All right. He's a
I don't need to
fucking
make
man.
anything up.
All right. We'll allow 5 minutes for the prosecution. I'm just gonna hold this flag and also be in my head.
I mean, you guys are very very familiar with each other. Goddamn.
I'm gonna just say it is required by law that every attorney in here file for a mistrial if there's any failure in the due process, and it had happened. She didn't do it, and she's meant to be in an unbiased position, which shows bias and random shit like that. And I mean, where's the PC for any of these charges? There's no PC for the joyriding. Nobody said that they didn't even ask the guy that owns the vehicle. And there's nothing written otherwise to say otherwise. Plus, I defended myself, so already it was an unlawful arrest.
So you went
Listen,
with,
shooting the cops, they probably might be able to stick, but, you know, I don't mind that. I'll do it again. Ran by a goddamn sheriff that doesn't even know where his jurisdiction is. Oh, man. Do you know if I don't think there's anywhere that says you can't stand your ground versus a police officer.
No, there's nothing that does state it.
They also shot first, and it also says in their own law that they can only shoot a fleeing felon if they believe they are a threat to other people. But he said he was going to shoot me. You know, if I ran.
Away your weapon, but there was no way to actually put it away.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even want to talk to me.
Also, I mean, this is probably going to be a reach based on how the judges are acting, but
oh, we're fucked. I'm going to jail. Well, I mean, the treason's questionable, so maybe I'll get time served.
One of the judges left.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that in and of itself should be a mistrial.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That guy was heated as soon as you came in. That was very, very strange. He's an asshole.
Yeah, but you did also seem to want to hear you out on the whole.
Your Honor, I have a
being held
motion.
for too long.
Right. Then, like I said,
To
that
make
should be
prior to
mistrial. So,
closing. I would like Bobby's invoking of his right to be ruled with negative inference.
I think they're both in their heads.
Such is life.
okay, I'm gonna get a drink.
Apologies, I was very focused. Did you say something there, Siobhan?
did. I was just asking that Bobby's invoking of his right to remain silent to avoid his subpoenaed appearance before this court today be ruled with negative inference, or at least considered by this judiciary, if it should so please you.
The charges are not against Bobby at this time, so I don't think it will hold any standing. Although I will judge him harshly for his existence, as I usually do.
Perfect. That's all I ask. Thank you, Your Honors.
Okay.
You do be a bitch ass. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, that's me.
The motion was made to call you a bitch ass. Just saying.
It was. No one argued.
Don't worry, Bobby. Outside of this courtroom, I'm not gonna call you that.
We should also mention. Hold on, let me get your
Alright,
numbers.
I'll be in my head another moment. Yeah.
Be polite, Bobby. What the hell?
I think you. Oh, Ruby, hold on, hold on. Do you see Ruby? I see Ruby.
We should also mention how Changang were found guilty of not only terrorism but murder of a government employee, and they only got 5 days and a $350,000 fine. They're
I
asking
think,
for 7 and 500K.
Oh, 500K? I mean, listen, the money's irrelevant.
Yeah, but like 7 days when you're only getting charged for treason where you shot 3 people, whereas they were found guilty of terrorism and they murdered someone.
Right,
and they
right,
got
right.
5 days.
Good, you're good. All right. It's a little under 5 minutes, but how are we looking? Do we need any more time? Hello? Sorry. Do we need any more time?
Yeah, sorry, Bobby Charles would not stop speaking his hideous forked tongue things in my ear.
God. You know you can count how many cavities rather that he has just by him speaking.
Yo, 100%. Sorry, I just give me 1 minute.
So, man, did you know this shit? Did you know as soon as I got up on that fucking stand, they motioned to call me a bitch ass, and then it was
All right, we're ready, Your Honor.
I gotta testify to a goddamn court that doesn't respect me.
Your Honors?
The court case is over. Do we win? Hopefully, Soze wins.
Wait, who's supposed to win?
Soze.
Are you trying to say sorry?
No, Soze.
Like saws? Like how people used to type on like AOL?
AOL is.
It's AOL Instant Messenger. You familiar with it?
You know, on the CD. Shut the hell up, Carmine. Shut the hell up.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up?
After this, you want to do a vault?
Yep.
Winslow.
We're ready.
I'm ready. You ready?
Yes, we are.
Cool.
Let's go.
Okay.
Defense ready.
Yes.
Defense ready. Prosecution ready. Judge
Mm-hmm.
is ready.
R.
Yes, Soze?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's begin. The court today. Oop, JK.
Now,
All right.
now go.
Thanks. The court today has 4 questions before it. Does conspiring with at least one other individual to commit armed rebellion against the jurisdictional authority of the sheriff's office rise to the level of denying the authority of the state? 2. If so, do the actions taken by Koil Soze with Bobby Charles and Sheriff Bones rise to the level of incitement, even if unsuccessful at rallying more to his cause? 3. Does one need to merely engage in rebellion on one's own to be guilty of treason, or does a mere act of incitement meet the level? And 4. When is the line of civil disobedience crossed to treason? We have testimony that Koil Soze did engage in rebellion against the state. We have no testimony to the contrary. We have evidence that he posted to encourage others to question the state's authority. We have evidence, messages with Bobby Charles, where Mr. Soze had attempted to incite Mr. Charles to rebellion. We have heard testimony that Koil Soze used high-grade weaponry to defend his rebellion against the authority of the state. We have evidence that he did so in the People's A. We have his testimony to Sheriff Bones under Miranda in the People's A, confirming he wrote the manifesto denying state authority. Outside of the place where he made a stand against officers of the state with a Class 2 automatic weapon. We have probable cause for detainment articulated, where the further escalating actions taken by the defendant began occurring
That's PC.
prior
Wow.
to contact from Jeffrey Bones. Soze never had any intent to comply. He never had any intent to recognize the authority of the state. I'm honestly surprised he even showed up to court, since the Constitution doesn't give judges the power to really do anything in his eyes for events taking place outside of city limits. I don't deny the authority of this court
This events
to
in
decide
city
events
limits.
outside of city limits. Otherwise, this court would be forced to vacate every judgment made in the last 6 months where events take place outside of city limits, including but not limited to several drug trafficking cases. This task is reprehensible in the scope of its idiocy. The ability of implied powers cannot be denied with the Constitution, nor their impact on the framework of government. Laws exist to bind everyone under the geographical area. No one isn't bound, else the laws would mean dick. Sorry, I'll take the contempt. Between these alternatives, there is no middle ground. Certainly, all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. As Hamilton stated in the Federalist Papers, amongst the most formidable of the obstacles with which the new Constitution will have to encounter may readily be distinguished the obvious interest of a certain class of men in every state to resist all changes which may hazard a diminution of power, emolument, and consequence of the offices they hold or held under the state establishments, and the perverted ambition
Can I
of
object
another
to what the
class of
fuck
men
I'm listening
who will
to?
either hope to aggrandize themselves
Can.
by the confusions of their countrymen or
Objection,
flatter
huh?
themselves with fairer prospects of elevation from the subdivision of the empire into several partial confederacies than from its union under one government. That man is standing before us today, Koil Soze.
Oh.
Huh.
It does sound like a ChatGPT closing statement.
Yeah.
Koil Soze left Officer Bones stranded, took his car without permission, twatted for Bobby Charles a call,
Oops,
posted a
it wasn't
manifesto
his
on the sheriff's
car.
office walls like
We
Martin Luther
confirmed
with his
that.
95 Theses, spoke with Bobby Charles. Bobby was immediately, as evinced by the text and evidence, incited to rebellion at the location where Koil Soze was. Words declaring his acts as in defiance of the state were uttered by Koil Soze and followed up on with Class 2 gun violence against officers in the capacity as law enforcement. The charge of treason does not specify more than one individual taking part as required nor inherent to the charge. Common sense
Semantics.
should be applied when considering jurisprudence renders common law. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the court, on your honors.
My turn.
All right. Yep.
Okay. Firstly, great closing statement, but for somebody that is an expert witness, I believe you should not lie inside the closing statement. We have a prosecutor who came to jail with somebody that had a weapon out, Mr. Max Thoroughbred, a convicted ex-terrorist in the state of San Andreas, which is impeachable. It doesn't say that the statute of limitations applies to that. It is only implied to the charges that would have happened before it. There is no necessary charge to the impeachment. Impeachment can happen at any time. This lady, who is on the council, non-biased, by the way, for the people, did not question me at any point in time to get my side of what had happened, ever, for the people. She also said that the car that was Bones's car was also stated inside by Bones it was not his car. Nobody confirmed that I did not have permission to drive the car. It is also implied that I did it for my safety, which is very logical, and it's also in the Constitution. So, me being pinned for joyriding is stupidity, to say the least. Based on their own constitutional laws, by the way. At no point in time when I asked for PC was the point of the PC created. They said there was PC, okay? And they can explain certain things, but they never explained which portion of it was the PC. There was nothing said that was PC. It doesn't make any sense. The semantics was argued today, and for somebody that is meant to understand the law and be for the people, I don't think an argument should be based on vagueness and semantics. It should be a well-known, well-written law that we all understand as a people. That is the goal of a democracy and a people of a democracy. If I am to be judged because I write on a wall that I am an overseer, somebody that overlooks a democracy as a person, as a people in a democracy, and that is the reason that I am held on treason charges, I don't even know where to start, okay? I just don't know where to start. There was also no fundamental PC based on those charges. Like I said, I was too not questioned. We had Bobby Charles over here, stricken or whatever the fuck happened from any evidence, but yet she was here using his word against me as hearsay, implying that this was factual evidence. And if that's the best you got, no offense, Bobby, you're a great guy, but I don't think many people are going to believe that, even if he was on the stand. I think disagreeing with a police officer who is localized by the state authority doesn't mean they are the same as the state authority. If you were giving authority by the state, you are not the state authority. It's different. The state authority is the state. Under that is the localized government. They would be empowered by the state, not the authority of the state. And that is also the argument this lady had said. That is just not what it is. It says in the Constitution itself that the power comes from the state. It doesn't make you equal to the state. And nonetheless, me arguing with a police officer is not arguing with the state. It is another entity under the local government itself. There is multiple entities that chain down here. We're getting to a point that if I was arguing to a building, that apparently I'm arguing to the state. It doesn't make any sense. It's illogical. It's stupid. The entire time, I only ever questioned what I was being detained for, and Bones himself could not justify the PC for the joyriding there. He couldn't do it here in the courtroom, and it escalated to a thing where I didn't feel safe. This man said to me, I am going to tackle you and put you in handcuffs when he couldn't explain the PC to me, okay? That's fine. I get it. He's probably stupid. But when you assault somebody by tackling them and you don't have the right attire on as a police officer, I actually started to question if he even was a police officer, in all honesty. He doesn't know what PC is. He doesn't know what his jurisdiction is. He doesn't know anything. It sounds like he literally is not a police officer. Not that it's relevant. I did shoot police officers. I saw other police officers there, okay? And I will happily shoot anybody if I am fighting for my rights as a human in a democracy, okay? There's been civil wars that needed to happen. I'm not saying there needs to be one, but I will do what's right by the laws and the Constitution. That's what I will do, always. Jail will not affect me. It will send the message that you are inconsistent and you don't understand your own laws, and that's fine. You can say what you want to the people. The reality is we wouldn't be in this situation if Bones did his job correctly. It's that simple. If he understood the law and he understood what joyriding was, and my right to self-defense and protect the people around me, we would not be here today. We would not be here today. There was also multiple failures within this proceeding and the due proceedings beforehand, which would have been a violation of my rights. We've mentioned them. I don't need to go over them. The fact that if there is one, that is enough for anybody to request a mistrial. I have informed the prosecutors of this. The judges know, and we are the only ones that have mentioned it. It says by law that if anybody's rights are violated, it doesn't say for how long or how it's done, that you should press for a mistrial. And here we have a council member for the people that will not enforce their own laws unless it's for their own biased police department. Not to mention the council person themselves swore an oath that said they would not join any other agencies. And here today, they are a prosecutor, a lawyer. Here today, they are also a police officer. There is multiple agencies in which she has sworn an oath to that she would not be a part of. She has failed in her own duties, and we are here to believe that she should have the right to write over laws and imply that I am in the wrong. She doesn't understand her own oath. Okay, listen. I'm going to close this up. There was no PC. Nothing was explained. This was a fucking sham and an absolute avoidable disaster. I am not against the state. I am for the state. And that's all I have to say.
All right.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to thank every member of the proceedings here for your time and consideration.
thank you.
We've heard a lot of arguments. We will need the time to take it into consideration. So just hang in there with us. Hang in there, kid. With that being said, we'll go ahead and go back to the break.
How you guys doing? You doing
Right.
okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was
Yeah.
good. That was really good. I'm glad you brought up the fucking wear 10 hats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
My pen was on fire.
I mean, there could have been a whole lot more, but
everything Soze said.
Thank you, Yayis.
Ask Chris Bailey why he recused himself. He's sitting over there.
It seemed like I mean, look, there's a lot of doubt there. I don't know how beyond a reasonable doubt even a rational person could think and read what it is that happened and say, hey, that's treason.
Yeah.
Like the only like clear-cut things I think is like resisting and shooting the cops. That's it.
I mean, they called it legislation, not me. If they want to call it legislation, so be it. I don't think writing on a wall that I'm an overseer means I'm some sort of authority. I am so confused.
Well, with the You had me sweating there, Robin. when you consider everything that's been said and done in this court case, it sounded like Bones saw that and didn't know what it meant, just like he didn't know what a lot of things meant.
Yeah,
And-
we don't know what jurisdiction is, where it ends. We don't know anything. And the reality is, I'm not trying to fight against them. I'm just trying to understand the law and make sure the people understand it. But they came aggressive from the start. They didn't even question me. They are fucking very clearly showing their opinion on the civilians of society.
Argument when we hadn't brought it up. So he already
For the people,
glad
my
I
ass.
attended this.
had a preconceived notion of what was going to
obviously,
happen.
This is really good that this is happening. The fact that this guy is not even questioned when he's in there, this is a reoccurring thing that's been pissing me off in the department. State of just being
She was listed as an
I
expert
don't think-
witness to
I've been
begin
in-
with.
I've been in
And
two
then she turned into
interrogations
the
since I've been a
prosecutor.
That should have
Please
right
just don't
there.
speak to the-
It's a
I
mistrial.
don't know how the judges didn't.
The judge walking out is
I
another
wouldn't like to tell you
mistrial.
all with the
Yeah,
same
I don't know.
brush,
It's
but, I
wild.
mean, yeah.
We'll see though.
The cases like this are important for that very purpose. What surprised me is the fact that the title of the charge in incident is treason.
Treason with 5
The
questions.
sheriff cannot. The sheriff cannot articulate treason. The judges cannot articulate treason. The prosecution can articulate treason, and it's not even written anywhere in the report or in the incident where treason was.
You want to know something?
If they
else?
rule against me, that's fine though. It's still gonna be up, you guys.
Police department does not have anything written down in regards to FOIAs. So y'all are about to get about 10 different docket postings a day for each and every incident.
Can you explain that a
you
little bit?
arrest.
Can you explain that more?
Well, we'll just say you'll see.
It might be a bit of a class action one, to be honest. I'd imagine.
Coyote, if you would let me just say, like, point to us in legislation where the FOIA process is explained.
Come again. Repeat that question.
Point to us in the publicly available legislation where the FOIA process is explained.
I'm not sure. Ever since I started, we've been told if a lawyer comes and asks for a FOIA, there is a process in doing so. So the first step is
What's
someone
the
comes
process?
request. The first one is someone comes request the FOIA, and then we go from there. I haven't actually done it myself yet as a cadet, but.
Robin, how long have you been waiting for one of your FOIAs?
There was one where I requested it, and it was 27 days after the incident, and then I didn't get it till 5 days later after I followed up on it.
So what process are you talking about? Because that doesn't sound like a process. That's
The only reason my client could appeal was because she was in the ICU and the charges didn't get placed on her until she was out. So that's when her statute started.
Well, also, chat.
Who is the
Listen,
person in question?
I don't know if there's mods around, but if people start talking
appeal
shit
was
about the other
handled and
people,
she was
please
found,
just
not guilty.
fucking perm ban them. By the way, if
I have a
it's
client
personal
that
shit,
has,
just delete it.
About 14 FOIAs since April 16th, none of which fulfilled.
It's okay to talk about things and shit, but like when you start like being an asshat, like
myself
actual
and
OOC
4 other
weirdo,
attorneys.
just
April 16th.
And you spoke to an officer and made a formal request?
Multiple.
I didn't read chat much, but I can only imagine the fucking
and
dumb
I'm
shit.
supposed
So.
to just give them to you guys when you come in and ask them, as long as it's like a.
The problem is,
certain quota.
at least one of you, the individuals that works in the front is a complete idiot.
Who is that?
That is true.
The one that wears blue, Joyce, J something.
Jadelyn.
Yeah.
So the person in defense here saying so you taken to prison, you sitting in Boilenbrook, and no one take your statement?
Nope. Well, I
Does
mean,
an officer request to speak to you and you deny it?
Nope. They ended up coming in there to tell me my charges at some point, and the officer had a gun out with the prosecutors, the 2 prosecutors and Bones, when they were talking to me to tell me my charges. It was hostility the entire time, honestly, just like the judges began to be hostile right at the beginning. I don't understand. It's almost like anything that questions the law, they take as an offense, when the reality is, we as a democracy just want to make sure we do what's right.
Yeah, if we're not allowed to question, then nothing changes.
No, see, that's why the court cases like this is very important.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I don't care if I go to jail. It's going to be a bigger statement, I believe. There's no way I go to jail on treason.
There's
That's
no
for
way you
sure,
go to
right?
jail.
I don't think
Surely
you're going to
not.
go to.
Well,
I
they
don't
got
think.
nothing.
I mean, they can do the
Weren't
guilty
you-
on the shooting of the cops, although I don't really understand it. But I think it was an unlawful detainment the entire process. But it doesn't really
No,
give
it's
you
not.
a valid
What is
reason.
that? You see that?
Well, you'd have to go to jail again after you just spent days in jail.
I have no idea, to be honest.
Jesus
If they
Christ.
find him, if they give him more than the amount of time he served in jail.
I think I'll get time served but guilty
You're so
charges, but
fucking
it's still
old.
pretty shit.
Did you challenge your cop? I want to ask you a question because I've been really curious, but I didn't approach because I'm not the officer in question, etc., etc. Did you at any point challenge or question the officer's authority and jurisdiction?
I
Questioned it.
asked them. Yes, I asked them. I didn't say you don't have jurisdiction. I asked, do you have jurisdiction here? A few times. And also, when he came in, he didn't say put the gun away. He said, if you don't stop running, I'm going to shoot you. That's what he said. And then he shot me.
Jesus Christ.
So when you asked him, but when you questioned him on his authority, what prompted you to do so? Were you reading the legislation prior to that?
Oh yeah, I did read some of the legislation. I was asking, where is Los Santos? Where are the boundaries? All that sort of shit. Listen, I did talk about the jurisdictions and whatnot, but I didn't question the state. I questioned where the lines are that are enforced. I didn't say that they didn't exist or something. I just wanted to know where they were, essentially.
No, so I'm not asking to kind of catch you in a technicality. What I'm getting at is, they told me that you were the trooper back in the day, the trooper, the super trooper. So naturally, you have some knowledge on the law. Now, when you read that, that was immediately obvious to you that the jurisdiction was lacking?
The Constitution of the State Police, of the Constitution of Los Santos. It's like I said. There's a difference between authority of the state and authority from the state. She had said they have authority of the state, but it says in the Constitution the authority is from the state, which is a very big difference. You don't have state power, you have power from the state to control your local government. And when they write in their own governments that it says Los Santos, it is up to us at that point to interpret that as a people. And if I ask anybody on the planet where the fuck is Los Santos, they're going to say it's the city. There's no county defined in their jurisdiction, so I don't know the jurisdictions. They don't even know the jurisdictions when I ask them. They'll just say the entire state, and, well, where the fuck does it say that? Where does the state end? Where does it start? There's nothing.
See. No, I had a similar
The only reference is
idea.
Los Santos.
So whenever you operated back in the day, were those distinctions clear and obvious?
It was a structure just like this.
As far as the jurisdiction goes in the legislation?
Well, we as the state police would have authority over the police in terms of power, so to speak. But essentially, we police the same laws. So the penal code itself was the state penal code, but the authority was just different. We had more authority. Essentially, we were the authorized from the state, and they were under us essentially, authorized by the local governments. If that makes sense.
Because when this was first brought to my attention, it was one of two things: either you're correct, or it's a clerical error.
What do you mean by clerical error?
Well, that
it's not an argument.
As if like it was. How do I like the fact that the officers have jurisdiction in all of San Andreas is self-evident, and the fact that it's not listed is listed because it's assumed so, and therefore it's just a clerical error where someone just forgot to put a word.
Well, that would be the truth if we had the state law, but we don't have a state law. That's the thing. We have a new territory, quote unquote, in which we create the law. So if there is no law created for those specifics, there is no law. We don't have the state law. We are broken off as a territory. The state gave us the authority, so the state doesn't need to be a state, quote unquote. It's a entity above us. It could be called federal. It could be called anything. It doesn't matter the level. It is above us. The entity above us is what we label as the state.
Say when Bond came in, he didn't come in with aggression, and there was no.
There would have only been questions. He tried to put me in handcuffs instantly for joyriding, for returning his fucking vehicle.
But what would your move have been then? Would it have been to figure out how to fix this? To address it?
I mean, that's what was starting. We were starting to talk. Yes, that's exactly what we were doing. I was questioning what the law meant and trying to understand it for the people.
Because the implication is pretty massive. Everywhere outside the border of Los Santos is a lawless land, and pretty much all the habitat, everybody who live in there, all the people with family going to work every day.
Anybody. Yeah, I mean that's technically what it would be, but obviously there's still federal law, like murder and shit. So if the law and the jurisdiction is inside the city, right? If you commit a crime outside, you could still technically be charged with it. You just couldn't be arrested by them because they wouldn't have the jurisdiction.
Sorry, no. So who in that case, let's say I live in Palito and someone breaking into my house and point a gun in my face and I call the authorities.
Well,
when they show up, which officer or which the state official or government worker would have the authority to
That's
arrest.
the exact question I asked, and nobody knows the fucking answer. And that's why the council, the people that is apparently over there for the people, just need to clarify that in the Constitution. They don't need to fucking tell me I need to go to jail for treason. They just need to make sure the people understand what the fuck they're saying. Technically, they have the power to make laws across the state. But when you say something is the Los Santos Constitution and legislation based on Los Santos Police Department and Los Santos Sheriff's Department, it doesn't say that it spreads anywhere apart from Los Santos. That's all they have to define, and they would have that law made.
So the solution is as simple as sitting down with the council and amending the verbiage?
Yes, and then they would have the power out there, I believe.
Now, up until that point, can everybody who was arrested and charged in, outside the borders of Los Santos, do they have a case to be recompensated for everything that's happened to them up until this point?
I'm unsure exactly, but I mean, technically, since it would happen outside, is it a violation of your rights if there were no rights out there? Technically not. It could be argued both ways, so it is very possible that it wouldn't be. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't even know what I'm saying is factual. It's going to be someone's.
Still, I'm just gonna be honest.
The problem is everything can be in interpretation of what the law says rather than what is the definitive law. And if you have a constitution and the base legislation, you just need to define the specifics and then build from it. And if somebody questions the specifics, then you build on it. You don't put them in jail for joyriding when they don't joyride. You talk and communicate, and especially as a sheriff appointed by them, should be there to make sure everybody understands the law and is encouraged to enforce it. What have they done for the state today if I go to jail on every charge, apart from take people's rights as a democracy?
They will just announce that it was a clerical error and that it was self-evident that, I'm assuming this is a guess of mine, of course.
You think they're going to put me in jail on a clerical error? Is that what you're saying?
No. I think what they're going to say is the case that you made, the point where the law has no jurisdiction in that place because it doesn't state anywhere in the legislation or the Constitution.
I didn't necessarily say that. I questioned it. I didn't necessarily say they didn't have jurisdiction. Like I said, I don't give a fuck if I go to jail for shooting those motherfuckers.
No, but it's a good point, is it not?
Oh, it is. But
the point still stands. Whether you don't make it, the implication is there and it's clear to see.
Yeah, I mean, it was partially said, but they also brought it up themselves. So
regardless of the result, I think everyone can see that there are clear holes and sort of loopholes and sort of false leads in the legislation that need to be rectified.
Let me ask you something on a personal level, okay? Even that will have no bearing on the case.
Can we just enforce the law as a people instead of a fucking asshole that just wants to see someone behind bars? How about that? How about you just get the goddamn PC before you put my ass in handcuffs? It's a simple process.
Do you sincerely believe that, like, you challenging the joyriding?
Yes.
You did a really clever and strong argument up there, but do you sincerely believe you were in the right on that one?
Yes, I delivered a fucking police vehicle to their house, station. And they didn't prove that I didn't have permission. The owner wasn't there, and they said that.
Okay, now let me,
if you don't mind, let me just add.
Go ahead, please.
Look, when you say, do you sincerely believe that you did something right or wrong? It's about how the law is defined. Right? You may morally feel one way or another, but at the end of the day, it's how the law is defined. And if you don't have the probable cause that fits what is written, then he can't be found guilty of it.
See, and I'm not asking here to determine his guilt. I'm just asking just personally. Now,
I would do the same thing again. I would return a vehicle that I fucking deemed unsafe to society to a place that is safe.
So let's say someone is walking down the street and they see an abandoned police vehicle. Obviously, the police vehicle is loaded up with gear that in the wrong hands can be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So should civilians then go, hotwire the thing, or if the engine is running, hop in and drive it to the nearest police station?
Well, are they ex-state police officers that were trained around guns and understandings of the police force for 10 or so years? It depends what they think would be logical. I would think that a trained police officer that has done a lot of law work would logically be pretty smart in moving that off a highway, mind you, with 2 corners to a police station. But in saying that, you know, maybe if it was a civilian, them locking the doors and closing it could work. But I was inside the vehicle while it happened. I was inside it. I wasn't on the sidewalk. I was inside the vehicle. It was moving. I jumped across the seat and drove it because I didn't want to get out on the highway unnecessarily. There's been plenty of police officers, I'm sure you know, that have stopped on a highway and got cleaned up, especially in the middle of the night, and wound up fucking dead, okay? I ain't trying to die for a police vehicle or whatever bullshit morals these assholes want to portray on people.
See. I'm just kind of thinking of the implications. Say like you are so exonerated.
I saved lives is what I did.
This is where prosecutorial discretion comes in.
But the caveat here is that you had past experience. So if someone doesn't have past experience as a police officer, could they just not exercise just general reason that it's unsafe?
Why would a person not be able to move a vehicle off the road if it's if they feel it's unsafe when it is unsafe? I'm curious why you think they shouldn't be able to.
So my question was, why didn't he just move it onto the shoulder, lock the door,
because
and
I
wait
was
for
in
the
the
guy
vehicle.
who stumbled? See, but why not just pull it over to the side and lock it and dial 911?
It's an off-ramp on a highway where cars speed.
Where did, because I was under the impression that he lost his consciousness or whatever down south and you drove it all the way up to Sandy.
He clearly said to begin with it was at Elgin. And Elgin is not the highway. I had to get it out of him. It was the off-ramp north of the hospital that heads towards Sonora that you cross over Elgin on. You don't. He wasn't driving up Elgin. He drove across it, and we were halfway down the turning ramp, which is a half-line corner in the middle of the night where there is no lane on the side of the road.
In the city.
Well, technically, if you're on the freeway or highway, I believe you're heading out of the city. So, it's borderline. Sure.
Sure. So, like, why not just pull over and lock the doors and call 911?
Because it was on a highway.
Interesting.
Like I said, I'm not going to pull over on a highway where cars literally go 200 miles an hour. How is that safer than me driving at 2 corners and stopping?
No one in the state of San Andreas speeds.
Well, there's plenty of no ones, so you're technically true.
Like, Coyote, if you're saying, like, it's okay for him to drive it to then pull it over, you're then giving him the okay to just say to drive it to the police. Like,
well, listen, I mean,
whether he drives it 10 feet or 100
I just
feet.
imagining myself in his shoes and just wondering.
Where
like,
is the
okay, what are
safest
my
place that you would consider a police vehicle to be that is unlocked? Where is the safest place you could put it?
Naturally, somewhere where it can be watched and supervised, i.e., a cherry station is not a bad place to put it.
Mm-hmm. Directly to the police station that he runs. Yes.
See. Well, I think it's my lack of knowledge in the city. Elgin Avenue makes me think it's like down in the city, and Sandy Shores is like a long way going all the way up.
So if you look at your map of GPS, it is on the border of the city. It's the off ramp that turns into Los Santos Freeway, which just drives straight up the freeway. One road. Then you turn off to Sandy Shores and you're there. That's literally what it is. While, yes, I could have turned around, but I ain't trying to do no U-turns in a police vehicle and whatnot when I can just, drive safely up a road that I've done, I don't know, about 50 million times.
Let me ask you a question that I don't think you'd answer, but I'd appreciate. What case? What do you think was the strongest case the prosecution could have made against you?
They had no case. There was no. Even with that, they didn't get permission. They didn't ask the owner if I had permission, so they don't have PC anyway. There was no PC emphasized there. It just doesn't make sense. And that's why I asked him. He didn't even articulate that when I was there, and he said I was being disgruntled on disobeying authority by asking questions.
Robin, that's your chance, by the way. If you,
Isn't that like a pretty easy fucking slam dunk for the prosecution, saying it was a police vehicle? All police vehicles are, regardless of who is the one that went and made the purchase, it belongs to the PD. And
well,
only
no, they're actually
licensed officers are allowed.
personalized vehicles when they purchase them. I asked them that too, and he said that. The owner is the person who pays for it, and it goes in their name, apparently, so it isn't actually government-owned, which would be people-owned, which means I would own it as much as him, so it would be even more confusing at that point. Either way, like, you know, there's an argument there no matter what. You shouldn't go and jump in a police car at any point if there's no need to do it. But if the car's rolling and I was already in it, me driving it to a safe location seems pretty sensible. It doesn't seem like I was doing anything maliciously. And the fact that the charge is called joyriding would also emphasize the meaning of joyriding to be, tampering with a vehicle, stealing a vehicle, and doing something by definition of the word itself, right?
No.
Or does the word itself not have any meaning in this world?
Let me ask something else that was a little puzzling to me. So if there was a distinction made on licenses for weapons not being class 2.
Listen, if there's
not being around,
if there's not proof belonging a reasonable doubt, then the fact that we're here questioning it, like, what the fuck? Okay, it already says enough. I just don't care.
I'll ask you, Nino, because you told me when I pulled you over yesterday when you threw in a hissy fit.
Yeah, that was. I'm sorry. I tried to what?
Oh, nothing. You said something about being hissy fit.
Listen. If you want me to bring up the fact that your dumbass had lights on, running through a series of lights. Shut up. No,
you lying.
And then you U-turned after supposedly seeing me go through a light, which infers that you look behind you while actively driving at a high rate of speed, putting other individuals in danger in order to get a fucking traffic citation. Do I need to explain, like, that life is more important than a fucking ticket to you? Like, I don't know what your argument is right now.
Well, no. Let me outline what happened. I'm going laterally on the street. Okay?
Why did you not give me the ticket?
Because I called for something more urgent came that was life-threatening.
Yeah. And is it not life-threatening when you're running lights?
It was
when you're running lights
and
with
you
your
me
code
and you were
on?
in a red.
With your code 2s on.
See?
And then you look behind you, after which point I would have crossed those lights.
Senor, you nearly T-boned me and you ran a red.
No, I didn't.
100% you did.
So I almost committed manslaughter.
I was going to do you know what a 37 Charlie is? A call for a 37 Charlie?
No.
Okay.
So I almost killed you.
You did something rather dangerous. See?
Okay. So where's the ticket?
Well, like I said, you looked out, I gave you a warning, and I had to run off for something more pressing. That was
someone else's life in danger?
See, in that moment.
I got you.
That's all it was.
Anyways, please continue.
I'm gonna make this very
I have a
luck question. I have a luck question
law
for you.
enforcement officer, and I understand that you might be getting trained to, like, escalate situations. Because of that fucking cunt slacks who likes to just throw little things here and there. If you want an honest conversation, we can have one. But if you're gonna throw in, like, little remarks like that, I'm gonna treat you like a bitch.
Senor, I just giving you a little friendly ribbon. I don't know why you're getting so pressed about it.
Let's start from the
I'm
beginning.
doing it off duty. I mean, talking in my mama and stuff like that. You know,
Let's start from the beginning.
Let's
start from the beginning.
Talking about sucking and fucking, you know, I just let it. God forbid I say hissy fit. Anyway, I will have a question to appeal to your intelligence here. A serious question. The prosecution at one point brings up Class 2 weapons license.
Yeah, they asked if I had a Class 2 weapon
Did that not hurt? Didn't that hurt the prosecution more than the defense?
Oh, 100%. They.
Can you explain that to me, please?
Wait, you're wondering how it hurt them more?
No. I think it did hurt, but can you clarify your thoughts on it?
So, the defense brought up the fact that Soze here had a weapons license. The weapons license legislation has no references as to what weapons that license grants you. And they brought up some imaginary Class 2 weapons license as if it had any relevance. The only thing that they showed is that thing doesn't exist. Therefore, the weapons license that Soze has is more likely all-encompassing of all firearms.
Yeah, that's why I asked after if they had a Class 1 weapon license, and he said no.
See.
So you.
Cal, do you have a second to talk?
Sure. You want to go privately?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just like over here is fine. It was more so we don't hear everyone else. So I had a question. So you're
Mhm.
thinking on the Siobhan part with like all of her various titles and everything she works for, and different agencies. Did you read the part where it said as long as it's like in the service of Los Santos? I'm
In
just curious, like,
which part of the legislation itself?
okay, okay. So in their actual formal oath,
Look
Mhm.
up frugal in a
it says,
dictionary.
"I have no formal allegiance to any other governments, agencies, and/or special interest groups, which would
Mhm.
prevent me from acting in the best interest of the city of Los Santos."
Yes.
What was that the line you were kind of arguing about, like why she can't be prosecution?
Well, she can be prosecution. She's just breaking her oath. So
Okay. Oh, you consider that portion being broken, or is there a different oath that's
no,
being
that
taken
would
that I
be
don't
it.
know about?
But she also
Okay.
takes a police oath. So all oaths, from my understanding, say that you will give full cooperation, essentially, to that agency. So either way, it's
That one
conflicting
does.
to be.
I don't think it says it in that one, unfortunately.
The one you just read, it literally says you will not be a part of another agency, which also implies that you won't, be a part of any other agency. So, I mean, that
Oh,
in itself says that to me.
but the second part of it said that would prevent that person from acting in the best interest of Los Santos.
Correct.
So wouldn't city
So-
government and like say police be in the same area? Like, you know,
No.
you're still acting in the best interest.
The city police is voted. The city council is voted in by the people and empowered
Mhm.
by the people. Okay, the police is recruited by the sheriff and whoever the commissioner is. So why would it be okay for somebody that would join the police force, which commonly and has been proven here today, she didn't question me at all to get to the bottom of the case, be one-sided in a bias for police? A prosecutor is always on the police's side, not the civilians and citizens. Civilians are who push for these laws.
You,
Us.
me, yeah.
Everybody.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, it's,
listen, there's going to be a lot of ways these guys articulate it, but the reality is they could just fucking make it say what it should say and there won't be an issue.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I am not a big fan of the 5,000 hats everyone is wearing on the council, where all of them are cops and city council members.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, as a prosecutor, a lawyer as well, at that point, wouldn't you also be a part of a different section? I believe prosecution in this state are they not hired from an outside source? As an outside source, sorry. I know this guy is, and he was a prosecutor, so I assume.
Yeah, actually, I don't know how the prosecutors are kind of assigned. I feel like I've seen them do prosecution and defense.
She
so I
was
think
involved
it's,
in the situation. She's involved in
Yep,
the
no, I agree.
council laws. She's involved in the prosecution. And she put herself as an expert witness and wrote herself off as an expert witness, and that was accepted after the trial had started. So
Oh, I know,
evidence
I was
changed
not a
after.
fan.
I'm here for
Oh,
performance.
listen,
Yeah.
if you're for the people, you don't let that happen. The reality is, I come up to these people, okay, and I was talking. I was met with hostility, and the entire time, Max has been somewhat responsive, actually, and talked to me pretty generally. Although we did have a gun out, but I didn't care. But they push back at any conversation. Their answer to somebody who questions them is to try to put them in jail rather than question what the people themselves are saying, which is what a democracy is about. It's just it's frustrating. If I go to jail, I'm still happy. Okay. At the end of the day, I'm doing what I believe is right as a citizen of a democracy and what I believe in. If people want to enforce laws that do not make sense and are not written properly, so be it. I will be the man that goes to jail for that.
Preach on, brother. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you sitting down to go through that with me.
Are you you doing news shit still or something, or what's your take here?
Yeah. Well, mostly right now, obviously, I'm doing Deadpan, which is my network. It's like C-SPAN, but Deadpan. and I cover all of the court proceedings and whatnot. I used to cover the council meetings, but then I pissed them off too much because for some reason, apparently, if you work for Mr. K 5 years ago, they magically think that you're still working for him and that you had to have known when he came in to shoot them up. So,
out of
and
curiosity,
then
did they ever prove the aim of government altercation? Like they had a government motive in that case? I was curious.
yeah, they did. They did. They were able to do terrorism because it was the judges basically ruled that because the meeting itself was inherently in the council chambers, they shouted meeting adjourned. They clearly knew it was a
The
city council meeting. Even
they're owned by the people, right?
yeah,
Okay. And so they said what? Sorry,
mostly.
yeah.
Okay, so CG came in and basically shouted meeting adjourned, then came in and like shot everyone in there except for like Murphy didn't get shot, Solomon Walker didn't get shot, and I didn't get shot. Camera woman always survives, so I'm used to that. And so after that, they basically ruled that shooting was inherently terrorism because they came into a government office when they knew the meeting was happening. The prosecution was basically able to prove they knew the meeting was happening. And because of that, regardless of civilians also getting hit, because the way they did it, it was ruled terrorism. Yeah.
I can see the argument making sense. I'm just wondering why they didn't put that case law into legislation so people would understand that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really important one to do. But we'll see. The thing is also keep in mind the council didn't meet for the first time until like last week sometime, like on Saturday or something. And when they did, they basically their entire agenda was like trying to impeach Solomon Walker. I mean, I was fired, so I don't know exactly what they were talking about, but I knew that was on the agenda.
Yeah,
along
I heard
with them wanting
apparently
to
he
move.
talked to those guys on the phone or something, and that was enough for them.
Yeah.
But if you disobey your oath and have a mayor elected that is a convicted felon and admits to peace officers daily that he is a convicted felon in San Andreas, even though it says in the Constitution that he should be impeached for doing so, that's fine. It's a whole pick and choose thing. You've got to understand a lot of these things where there's a group of people that are for the people end up becoming something that is for the group. They are very, very, very absorbed in themselves.
Well, more importantly, they're just power hungry and trying to grab more and more. My observation is like did you know they had a piece of legislation? I don't know if they're still going to run it through, but it basically would give them the power to impeach within the council.
Right.
Like probably like under an emergency order. So they'll just emergency order and then fucking get Solomon out rather than giving him the full public trial.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, that you'd have to read the Constitution again, but I'm pretty sure there's something in the Constitution and democracy that implies if we are to elect our officials, I assume we are the ones to also remove them. It's a voting process, right?
Yep. Well, impeachment is the process. You have to prove one of the branches of impeachment to get them out of office early.
But they get to elect it themselves, right? They're the only ones that can do it, you said.
That can for legislation.
Yeah, listen, I might head off to
to you
jail
later.
for a little bit.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Thanks.
So that prison was, we just beat people all day.
What's
That
your
was
name?
it.
Hey,
is everyone
thanks
here?
for the help, pal. I appreciate it.
I don't hear no's, so that sounds alright.
Yes, yes.
You got this, Soze.
Remember me.
America.
Judges.
Alright, I'm hanging the gavel here. Alright, please bear with me as I'm freestyling this so that we can get this over with.
That's
So go through the charges one at a time here.
wow, freestyle.
To begin with, we have criminal possession of a firearm class 2, which we will be finding you guilty of today. At this time, we have taken a look at how weapons licenses are handled, and there are situations in which a weapons license may refer to only a certain set of weapons. I do not believe that that gives you justification to carry a class 2 firearm, as well as the significant amount of ammunition that you had on you. So at this time, you will be found guilty of that charge. Next up is resisting arrest, which we will also find you guilty of. Testimony in this court today is that you attempted to resist arrest, broke out of cuffs. For a third charge, joyriding. At this time, we will be finding you guilty.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you are no longer a state trooper, and you are not permitted to drive an officer's vehicle.
I'm definitely a
Whether or not the
terrorist.
person could confirm that they owned it.
You have confirmed for me. Thank you.
All right, well, that does it.
If you would like that is finished. For the 3 times attempted murder of a government employee, due to the testimony today from yourself and others, you will be found guilty as well. Now, for treason. Pull up the charge here. Treason is whoever engages in and or incites others to participate in rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the state of San Andreas. The authority of the state of San Andreas shall be considered for the purposes of this statute to include the Senate and or the laws of the state. This shall include anyone who attempts to secede from the state by way of sovereign land, claims, or annexation. At this time, we looked at the evidence as a whole. We looked at the notes left on the sheriff's office, which did make claims of land and annexation. However, that in itself does not lead to treason. In my mind, I believe there could just be ramblings, could just be, you know, a failed attempt to, you know, cause some issues. However, when those words are met with actions, that is where we find an issue. For you went prepared that day with a Class 2 firearm and 2,200 something bullets, and 3 loaded magazines as well, to storm into that sheriff's office and aim a gun at the sheriff before they attempted to fire upon you. Due to the fact that your words were then followed up by actions, you are being found guilty of treason at this time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am very proud to be a part of this beautiful country that for some reason knew we would be talking about the state before we were here. If you didn't notice, there was a judge, everybody, that was talking about the state when no one had referenced it at all before this had even happened. There is bias.
Yeah.
These people are not for the
Judge
people.
Jackson is biased.
And they have
At this
also left halfway through a court trial, my friends.
Yeah.
Just remember.
At this time, we will be sentencing you
That's
to
right.
3 years in
should be a
prison with
mistrial.
3 years of parole and a $100,000 fine.
What the?
That is the sentence of this court.
Thank you.
Boo.
Oh, good thing
He's innocent.
dead prison isn't
Look
a
at
thing
him.
anymore.
You Bones, you want to come put me in jail, buddy?
I'm coming.
That was awfully good
Judge
PC
Jackson,
you
how
gave
did
to the
know about
judge.
arguments that could be made before anyone had made them?
I mean,
Run
placing you in handcuffs.
What are you talking about, man?
Quick question.
Remember,
When you mentioned about you not wanting to hear arguments about
you
state
don't
authority.
need to
Don't you dare
prove
try to be
PC
accusatory
or
about me
follow the
in my
Constitution.
limits in
Live
court.
in your own bubble.
I'm
The
asking a
law is the
question.
law. They are not for
You're
the
not getting
people.
an answer.
They shit on our rights.
On fire, do you have a
Justice
C4 unit
is
ready?
being done in public.
Negative.
What
There is
evidence would
207 is
articulate
outside.
PC? There was
Okay,
none.
for the trial that was just had, we can have
Remember me, people.
I'd rather not discuss it with
We
you, sir.
remember.
Jose, you won't be forgotten.
A
It seems like Bones
terrorist
forgot.
is the mayor who is
It seems like
impeachable.
Bones forgot.
Let's go.
They are protecting
Bones, I
him.
can't believe I voted
That man
for
used to
you.
be your boss.
Everything
Bones.
is going as planned.
Government guy.
Let's go, everybody.
Yeah,
from
sure.